Boop boop. Testing. Let me know if anything needs to be turned up and down or in and out. Hey. Point Dexter? Oh my god, I haven't heard that name in forever. You're using Linux, by the way. Congratulations. So am I. Oh, fuck. Oh, there's a lot. Oh, there's one dude. He keeps coming back. Hey, 1998. So you're a little bit later than I am to the game. I don't seem to be that bad. I'm just pre-looking at some of them. So the fun thing is, there's always the same people coming back and back and back and back and back and back. It's almost like, of course I don't know their name, you know, like I can't tell you their name, but when I see it, I'm like, oh yeah, that dude will comment on that video. So depending on what videos I make, I can almost guarantee that certain people will comment on it, and I can guarantee when I see their avatar, I don't even have to read their comments because I know what they are going to say. This is how predictable people are. It's just so funny. I haven't read the whole for review yet. I may do it on this stream. I may not because, you know, they're in there because of reasons. And also I'm reading from my comment section in my dashboard. So there may be comments in there that are missing or something like that. And someone didn't listen already. Yeah, there's always... just reading over it fast, there are some gems in there, man. The Linux community is fucked, man. That's all I can say. It's so fucked. And it's funny that what is this dude? I have seen him before. Oh yeah, it's a fucking anime idiot. Yeah, this is an anime titty sucker. It's one of the people that keep coming back every time I make a critical video about Linux. I know you guys can't see stuff right now, but I kind of want to hold it a little bit in suspense until like 15:30 or something like that. Oh, thanks. And I can also see, just from, again, quick looking, that most people that are angry at me didn't see the last part. So the funny thing is, I know it's a long video, but if you actually watch it to the end, I am basically declaring my undying love for Linux. Like, I'm almost sobbing to some degree about how much I love Linux and I hate what it had become and stuff like that. And people, they just seem to forget that. They do, or don't watch that shit. And that's why I put that in the end, is that people just hear something and it goes against what they like to hear, and then they automatically think that, oh, it's a hater, it's a troll, it's blah, 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 blah. And they don't understand that that mindset in of itself is actually the problem. The problem with Linux people, like a lot of other people in other areas of the world and technology, is that they can't stand nowadays to listen to people that have a different of opinion, or people that are not choosing what they are choosing, that are not using what they are using. Like you see this in gaming. There are some hardcore Xbox fanboy or PlayStation fanboy that refuses to talk to anyone that uses the opposite. They are not like, okay, why are you using it? Or why did you choose this one over that one? They don't want that conversation, because what if I change my mind? What if they are actually, right? And it's okay to have, change your mind. It's okay to believe in something and change your mind. It's okay to have been a supporter of something and change your mind. That's what humans do. If we never changed our mind or got new information or absorbed new information, we would still be running around and hitting each other in the head with a club. That's hello, I'm slapping you in the face, boing. I don't know if the internet have made people more stupid, or just the internet has been a really good gathering ground for stupid people. I hope it's the last. That stupid people don't do much with their life other than being stupid and being idiots on the internet. So therefore, there's a lot of them on the internet, because that's where they can hide from reality. They can hide from the world where there's no consequences of them doing crazy and stupid shit. And like I also said at the end of the video, there are two ways we can go about this. Either the majority of great, amazing Linux people tell all these bad apples in the Linux community to stop being bad apples and slapping them in the face every time they are toxic, every time they are stupid, basically. But nobody's doing that. It takes effort, and nobody wants to deal with stupidity. The other way of changing stuff like that is to make fun of it. Is to put it into sunlight. There's no more better detergent than sunlight. That's what I'm doing. Like I said in the video. The more crazy idiots there are in the Linux community, the more I'm making videos about it. Because I'm putting it out there for the world to see. And hopefully, a lot of good people will see that and say enough is enough. And say, you know what? We don't like that here. We are here to learn, we are here to have fun, we are here to experiment. So if you can't have that I am also using Windows, then get the fuck out of here. You can't be part of the conversation. I wish more people will say that. Yeah, I need to get into shorts. I just don't have the time. The problem is that, like, I used to upload videos like 3 to 5, 6 times a week. Here's the thing, all of the idiots that are yelling and screaming at me, that are like playing intelligence, hardware people, software people, they don't understand that I can't upload as much as I do anymore, because I am fucking sitting and developing shit on my own in my spare time. Like, I am busy as fuck at the moment. I am helping people, I am developing, I am researching, I'm doing so many fucking things. And I just love when they come in and try to play smart. Like, oh, you don't know what you're talking about, and blah, blah. I'm like, there's things that you say that you are going to educate yourself in or going for school for. I'm doing that shit right now. Like, I'm sitting here while you have typed this fucking essay in the comment section. I've been doing something with my life, I don't like AI editors. I tried a few of them and they all seem to suck. The best I have found, the fastest I've found, is to use a tablet and then make clips on a tablet, because the UI on YouTube on tablets or the mobile UI makes it super easy to make clips and then port them into what are you calling it? The YouTube Studio and do stuff with it. Like, it's super fast. And that's because clips are meant for mobile devices, you know. I just, maybe I should take, you know, book an hour or two a week and then just make a lot of clips. I don't know. Maybe every time I upload a video, I should spend like 30 minutes, an hour doing clips for the week, so I can, you know, breadcrumb them over the week. But that's another thing I'm working on, another channel. I haven't uploaded anything on it yet. But I am making what is it called? Like a tutorial right now, and I want that to be done. I recorded 2 out of maybe 4 videos already, and I'm like a month into that project. So I'm making a programming project, and then I'm recording the videos, like a tutorial and stuff like that, and then I'm uploading those videos in segments on that new channel. And yeah, hey Rudies. Yeah, but here's the thing: transcripts, unless you do the transcripting yourself, so the auto-generated transcript is awful. It's awful. It gets so much wrong still. It's so awful, you can't rely on it. If I'm going to use an AI that relies on the transcript, I have to write the transcript myself, because it gets so much wrong. What I'm doing right now, I'm just using the auto-generated one, because I noticed that if you have a transcript, YouTube is pushing your videos more. So I just used the auto-generated transcript that you could go into your videos, and then you could be like, it will auto-generate this transcript, and you could just say use that, and that's what I do. That's what I do, because I honestly don't think a lot of people use subtitles. People like to watch stuff in their native language, or a language they understand. I honestly don't think many people do that. I just noticed that when I start doing that, I got more, YouTube pushed my videos more. I could see it got more, it got served to more people. And that's probably because it's serving those videos to people living in countries that don't speak English and stuff like that. But yeah, like, if you're going to use anything that rely on the transcript, you have to do it yourself, man. Yeah, they use it for search indexing. They also use it for what is it called? Bad word detection. So if you're saying something you should not be saying and stuff like that. Yeah. Like I said, I think auto-translate is really weird, man. I made a gaming video like many years ago. And apparently in that video, I was giving a dog cocaine while it was drooling out of its mouth after a feast of chickens or something like that. Because back in the day, we were like, if the video was boring, we were like, me and some friends had all YouTube channels, and if a video was kind of not doing well or boring, we would just watch each other's videos with auto-generated subtitles on, just to have a laugh in Discord or TeamSpeak or something like that, just to boost up the views. And it still to this day, it gotten better, but it's like, it do auto-censor bad words and stuff like that, but it's still... Voice to text is still a massive in my humble opinion, no matter if it's paid or not, it's still a massive failure. There's no good text to speak. Sorry, speech to text out there. You have to be perfect. Like speak perfectly English or whatever language you're speaking. And then you may have a chance. But text to voice has gotten really good over the years. And of course, voice to text has gotten a little bit better, but it's not good. It like I put the auto-generated voice to text on like fucking videos that teaches you how to speak English, for example, and it still fucks it up. And that's why a lot of people that use, like especially big YouTubers, they have a person or a team that puts in the correct transcript. Because it will help your channel. Like, it will help your video. Because you're getting detected by the right algorithms and stuff like that. I am drinking soda today. It's my soda day, so you will hear a lot of barfing all over the place sometimes. Oh yeah, I could use some. I should have bought the beer, man. Why soda type? Or what soda type? I think that's what it's like a orange. I have 2 of them, 2 half liters. I'm trying to not drink so much soda. I always drink sugar-free soda, so it's not because there's calories in them. I just, you know, I should just drink more water, to be honest. I do drink a lot of iced tea and water, but once in a while I do like, you know. Oh, thanks. Yeah, I made the video for myself. That's the I only made that video for myself. Because I'm not joking. I made a video like this probably 100 times over the last few years. And I have recorded it, deleted it. Recorded it, edited it, deleted it. Recorded, edited, uploading it, deleting it. I've done all of those things multiple times. Where I try to be serious, where I try to be overly funny, where I try to be sarcastic, where I try to highlight different things, and now I'm just like, I just need it to be out there. I drink flavored sparkling water. I like that a lot. I do like that a lot. Especially when it's really cold. And I'm just like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm just putting it out there. You know. Hey, D-Nation. Oh, yeah, I'm good, man. I'm busy, but I'm good. Like, I'm living the fucking dream, man. I'm doing IT work. I'm developing. I work with some amazing fucking smart IT people and developers. Like, all of this shit all these Linux YouTubers and Linux people talk about they want to do, I'm doing that shit now, man. You know, I'm living the dream, man. I'm really like, the only irritation is that I can't make as many videos as I want to because I'm busy. I'd rather sit and program something, you know, that can help work or some other people than doing a video because let's be honest, I don't make any money on YouTube. Well, I make like about $100 every 2 months or something like that. And if I can help out someone or I can help out my work, that's more valuable than me sitting and making a video, as sad as it is, but that's, you know. Oh, you did? We can probably, like, I have my comment section, like, I have my dashboard open with all comments on, comments and mentions, so we can probably go down and see that later on. Yeah, I have looked at Chris Titus' text Linux utility. I think we looked at it in my last live stream, and he basically did in PowerShell what you should be using a programming language for, you know. So, niche audience, yeah. The fun thing is, I have multiple people coming in and telling me to do more tech videos like I used to do back in the day. And I have done tech videos sprinkled in among all of this bullshit that I'm doing right now. And those people only commenting on all my non-tech videos, like my opinion videos and my React videos, those they're commenting on. They're not commenting on my tech videos. And I called them out on it. I call them out on it right now because, like I said, you will probably not hear, but his Windows version is not free. Oh, shit. Oh, well. Like I said, when I started this live stream here, now I just lost my train of thought. Oh, yeah. When I see someone's logo, I know what they're going to say, because I can almost tell people, when I make this video, this is going to have a high dislike to like ratio, and these people are going to comment on it in this manner. It's predictable as fucking taking a shit every day, more or less. And what I have learned, at least for this channel here, people don't want educational content. They don't. They don't want it, because every time I make an educational video that takes more effort to research, make, edit, it gets a fifth of the views of me making a reaction video, hey Ruben, or me making an opinion video that is super easy to make, super easy to edit. So why should I spend time on something people don't want to watch, where I can get 3, 4, 5 times the view on something that is super easy to make? I keep saying this, but you, the audience, hey, poetry and things, you, the audience, can form the content on any channel. Support the content you want, and don't support the content you don't want. It's super easy, but people love drama, people love emotional content, people love reaction videos. But they also don't want to admit it, so they sit and bitch and moan about why people are doing it. And it's funny, all the people that bitch and moan on my channel about me should make more educational videos, I can see they are subscribers. But they don't support my educational content. Hey, Jan. And it's so funny. You might as well just, let's take the image away. Yeah, yoink. It's going to be a little bit of a weird thing. But yeah, it's a funny thing. And I can see there are some that are like this dude here, always comment on my, on videos like this. And you can just see there's like a fucking whole essay here. And you might as well just get into it, peeps. You know, very funny as always. Let's give him a thumbs up. Sense on your comments here could have some bad reactions. So when I said in that video, in the video I uploaded here, I said that I was making a channel, or I actually have a channel that I'm going to upload educational content on, and on that channel. On that channel, I'm going to censor batshit crazy idiots on. Not this one. This one, I don't give a fuck about this one. Are you sure you want to go that route? Yeah, I am. It seems it will take a lot of time. No. So who's raging now? I don't know, I'm just reading comments. If it's like, oh, this is not that long. You're using non-free mouse effects. What? Because you contribute to the proprietary or popularity of such mice, and therefore non-free hardware in general. Yeah, what? What are you saying? Making it harder to find a free one, and less likely that a given one? What is he say? What is this dude saying? If we don't choose or chooses before learning about software freedom, one's boss using Word affects the one by the. So it's called open hardware. It's not called free hardware. So what this person here apparently have no clue about is that Open hardware is basically where the schematics of the hardware is open. So let's say I build a mouse, and I basically open source the schematics, so you can make a mouse. That's what's called open hardware, and it follows the same principle as open software, basically. But I think what he's saying here is that we should not support proprietary closed hardware. So I should not support Logitech. That's fine. Make me a mouse that is as good as a Logitech mouse, that do the same stuff that a Logitech mouse do, that have the same software support as Logitech have. Then I will buy it. But there's no one out there. It's not big. Here's the thing. People choose the best tool for the job. So you can't just force people to choose something else, because there's no really good alternative mice that do what Logitech does, that is free and open source. Or, free hardware and open source. So why should I choose that then? This is the problem I say with Linux all the time. Linux is like, this is good enough. Why should I choose from something that's great to this is good enough? If I'm going to go away from great, I have to go over to better. I'm not going to change what I'm using right now to get a lesser experience because of some fucking perceived notion of freedom and stuff like that. If I'm going to change something I'm using now, I want something that's better. Or else there's no reason to choose or to change. But people don't understand that. And also, this is just a throwaway random account. Been using Arch for 5 years now, so a newbie. It's been pretty solid, only a few issues over time. Was able to fix them all using forums and the wiki, though it really could use an update and makeover. I don't know what this statement means. I don't know why that's there. Let's give him a thumbs up. Most used systems, operating system client side is what? Most used operating system client side is Android. It depends on what you're talking about. Actually, I don't think Android is the most used operating system. Would that not be an IoT device, OS? There's probably more Philips Hues out there in the world than there are Android devices. Yeah, I'm dyslexic as fuck also. I don't get this one. Also, Android is not Linux. Android is a fork of Linux, because if Android is Linux, macOS is FreeBSD. Well, yeah, but that's because we don't look into IoT devices. We're only looking at desktop operating systems. And Android is not a desktop operating system. That's the one I look at. I talk about desktop operating systems. That's why Android is not in there. If we talk handheld devices, Android is the most used OS for handheld devices. But Android is worse than Windows when it comes to privacy and consumerism. There's nothing more anti-consumer. Android is more anti-consumer than iOS. Android takes more data and telemetry than iOS. Android protects you less against privacy than iOS does. But it's Linux, so it's okay. Like, people really don't know what they're talking about. No, so if you look at desktop operating systems, hey Don, it's going good. If you look at desktop operating system, it's like, physical computers like laptops and desktops. Android is not a desktop operating system, and when Linux users are showcasing stats against Windows, they're using desktop operating systems, so operating systems that are running on laptops and computers. We are not talking about mobile devices. Just get that out of your brain. We are not talking about mobile devices. Linux can be operated without a mouse. All you need is a keyboard. I am using Windows without a mouse. I have had systems where, for some reason, I couldn't get a mouse. And, or I couldn't get it to work. I had to do some extra shit. And I operated Windows for an hour just from the keyboard. You know? You know why NVIDIA drivers on Linux seems to get worse? It's because they're focusing on their Tesla cards and not their gaming cards. Yeah, you can't be a privacy guy or girl and use stock Android. That just don't... No. Yeah, so when Android comes to, let's say, Samsung, when Samsung gets hold of Android and they've done anything they want with it, or Huawei, or whoever it is, over 50% of the kernel has been modified from Android's development, like from Google. So Google modified Linux to make the stock standard Android kernel. And at that point, there may be anywhere, I don't know, I can't remember the correct number here, but let's just say there's like 30% original Linux code in the Android vanilla kernel. When Samsung gets hold of it, over 50% of the original Android kernel has been modified. There's less than 50% left of the original Android kernel when Samsung has been getting their hands on it. On average. Some have more depending on what they're using it for, but on average. So let's say when Huawei get their fingers in Android or some other company, and all of this is in the development documentation for Android kernel development, by the way. You can read this in the documentation. And that's why they're trying to do a generic kernel, where they are more locked into the mainstream Linux LTS kernel than they used to, because they noticed that when Samsung and Huawei and those people got their hands on the kernel, there could be almost no original Linux kernel left. And that means that it also becomes a headache to do drivers, because if you make something for the Samsung Android kernel, it may not work on the other kernels. And that's what Google kind of wants to do, so, the core kernel stays as close to Linux as possible. Like the core components of the Android kernel. But that is like 10 or 15% of the whole Android system. So, again, read it up on Android. I have a video where I actually showcase this somewhere on my channel. Wilson, no company are good guys, dude. No, like, I feel you guys are smart people. I don't know how anyone can get into their mind that a company is your friend. They are not. You are. If we're being sarcastic and being really, really like, what is it called, morbid about it, companies look at you as an ATM machine. They will do nice things for you because it keeps you buying their shit. They will do, things that you want them to do because it makes them buy their shit. They will go along with a lot of the stuff that you are saying because it makes you stay a customer. But in the end, they don't fucking give a fuck. They really don't. Do you know why debloat scripts from Windows break the system? Yeah. That's a long technical talk. But mostly it's because people are messing with things in Windows they don't know how to mess with. That's the easy answer. So they think, I can just take this away, I can disable this without them actually knowing that it's connected to another system, or some other things they may do down the line is requiring that. Or then when there's an update, Windows is like, oh, this core component that we actually need is not working anymore, so let's activate it again. And most people that make debloating scripts have no idea what they're doing. They're just watching some YouTube videos, and then they are just really nearly putting things together. And most of them, if you want to debloat Windows, use this tool and make your own ISO. It's called NT Lite, and it's using the official Microsoft way of customizing an ISO for deployment in the company. And in there, you can debloat, in quotes, Windows. So you can take, what I do is I take the requirement of a Microsoft account away. I download all the latest updates and put them into the ISO every 6 months. It's your PC. I just talked about that. And remember then, what you should bite your teeth into is the based. When something is based, that's not the same as saying it is. That is saying that we are taking some fundamental building blocks and making our own thing. Because macOS is also based on FreeBSD. There's a lot of FreeBSD code in there, but it's not FreeBSD. I've not used the Windows 10 LTCS. I make my own. Darwin, yep. Even Darwin don't use a lot of. Darwin use a lot of FreeBSD. Darwin actually use more FreeBSD code than macOS does. Sorry. Yeah. So anyone that wants to call Android Linux should call PlayStation OS for FreeBSD, and they should call Mac OS for FreeBSD. Because if we can't just be selective with what we are doing, how we're using wording to fit what we like it to fit. The fuck happened to my music? Oh, the song just disappeared. Intel GPUs are okay, yeah. Well, then your technology lecture needs to read the documentation for both. So Fedora is based off Red Hat, but Android is not Linux. Android is a Linux-based system. It's just like, look at it like this. Linux is not Unix. It's a Unix-like system. Android is closer to Linux than Linux is to Unix. But the fair way of saying it is that Android is a Linux-like system with just a little bit more Linux component. Yeah, Red Hat Enterprise Linux is also based... Sorry, you're right. Yeah, Red Hat Enterprise Linux is based off Fedora. You're right. It's the other way around. You're right. I read that wrong. You're right. Yeah. You're right. Yeah. You're right. You're 100% right. It's the other way around. Like I said, my dyslexia is all over. Well, people don't use POSIX compliant system, and also Linux is not a POSIX compliant. Well, Linux can be POSIX compliant, but most Linux systems are not POSIX compliant. There are really a select few Linuxes that are actually POSIX certified, and that you have to be POSIX certified to be POSIX compliant. They just are by default have a lot of compliance, you know. But most Linux distributions are not POSIX compliant, no. Where the fuck did we go to? This one here is a topic from an experienced user. Unfortunately, yeah, people misunderstood that video 100%. I watched about a dozen of your videos. It took on today to realize that bashing Linux is the main topic. Yikes! We don't need to be deceived as computer users. I don't know what the fuck you're on about. If it took you that long to... I'm not bashing Linux. So here's the thing again. I am critical about Linux. I'm highlighting things Linux could do better. Why do my music keep stopping? Are you acting up, Spotify? Or do I have really bad internet connection? Just give me a second here. Okay, so I am critical about Linux. Okay? Everything I say and I criticize Linux for is because I want it to be better. If I was hating or bashing on Linux, I will not say... I would just randomly find shit to bitch and moan about. I would just randomly go and say nobody should use Linux. Linux is not useful for anything and blah, 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 blah. I don't say that. What I am saying is Linux is not the best. What I am saying is a lot of issues are within Linux and we need to fix them. But there is this like unspoken rule in the Linux circuits, which I hate, that you cannot be critical about Linux. Because if you're being critical about Linux, that means that you are a Windows proprietary fanboy. That's like you cannot. Here's the thing. This is probably the easiest way that I can correlate this to. So, if you are in a relationship and your partner is bitching and moaning about something, that's actually a good thing, because that means that there still is hope. There's still hope. When they stop bitching and moaning, they have moved on. They have given up. They don't give a fuck anymore. So if your partner is bitching and moaning, there's still hope. Some people just bitch and moan for the sake of bitching and moaning in relationships. We all know that. But most people that are critical and bitching and moaning is because they want better. Why do they want better? Because they want to stay or use the thing that they're bitching and moaning about. Of course, there is a fine line of it and stuff like that. The second people stop bitching about Linux could do better, the second people stop criticizing Linux, if it's not doing good, that's when you all should be really scared. That's when every one of us should be scared. Because that means that nobody gives a fuck about Linux anymore. Why would someone spend time and effort complaining about Linux if they didn't give a fuck about Linux? Makes no sense. And as I said in the video, like I made an open, I made like an open, what is it called, suggestion. I said the day the Linux community stop being toxic and being elitist motherfuckers, I will stop making these kind of videos. I make these videos because there is a problem with the community. I make these videos because there is a problem with Linux itself. When those things get fixed, I have not... The best way to shut me up is proving me wrong. Like, be nice, people. Fix the shit that needs to be fixed. Then I don't have anything to complain about. Then my channel is dead. That's the then I have to do reaction videos to people putting their dicks into a lawnmower or something like that. You know, like, the easiest way to shut me up is to fix the things. But it's being put in as you know, some bad thing. Every operating system can do a better job. If you sat with me at work, with me at work, we are 4 people bitching and moaning about how bad Windows is all the fucking time, but we still use it. Because for the job we need to do, it's the best OS. That don't mean there's nothing wrong with it. Like, we bitch and moan about Linux, or not Linux, Windows all the time. But it's still the best OS for the job. It's your PC. The fastest way for Linux to grow is for the Linux community to stop acting the way they do. Because that's something Linux can change. That's something right now the Linux people can do that will help Linux tomorrow. Linux is the kernel. So, Pong, go and talk to your social study professor and learn something called social construct. And then we can come back and talk. Because you are right that Linux is the kernel, but Linux is also the social construct of the Linux ecosystem. But go talk to your social study professor about that. Or your psychology professor about that. I got called I was fat by a Linux user the other day. I told them Microsoft's gonna have their hand in Linux. Yeah, Microsoft already have their hand in Linux. Yeah, modifying and making your own Linux kernel is super easy. Yeah, I tend to stay away from the Linux community also. Yeah, we have a Linux. I'm going to restart the sound thingy here. We have a Linux server running. It's a NAS server, and we have Windows machines running. So people that argue semantics is because they don't have any other good argument. So if you're arguing with someone, I think Spotify is having a hissy fit. So if you're arguing with someone and they start to call you fat, or they start to attack you as a person, or they start to... I should probably not do that. That means that they don't have any argument points left. They don't have any logic to argue with. They don't have any knowledge to argue with. They don't have any counterpoints. So they go into the emotion part, or they go into the technically you're using this word incorrectly, so therefore I should disregard everything you say because you're using a word technically incorrect, even though everything else could be 100,000% correct. They just don't want to argue it because they can't. They don't want to be part of the conversation because they can't. So they're using that little thing, that little mistake that you make, or that little grammatically mistake you make, to basically disregard everything you say. So, why should I listen to you when you're not calling it GNU Linux? And what that tells you is you have won that conversation. You have won that debate, because they are out of anything thought work, that actually require thought to debate you on or talk to you about. How often have you, someone like, oh, you're just so stupid, and then they go away when you're talking to them or having an argument with them? That's the same thing. That's the same thing when you're doing that shit. So I don't Why? This fucks me over that we can't have music. I like music. Spotify don't want to load. Why don't Spotify want to load? Yeah, my internet is fine. Oh, Bob, you're right. Most don't. Oh, thank Rubies. So, where are we? Where did I come to? Oh, this is the one. Let's give him a thumbs down. That is why I have Mac and Linux and I love it. Even Windows sometimes for gaming. Yeah. The end of trees. Most Linux fans, boys, being brain dead, not surprising. I do both Linux, Windows. I see pros and cons for both. I have known a person who wanted a lot of money replacing, or wasted a lot of money replacing every new GPU and PSU on a Linux install. I told him that I will install Windows 10 on an old spare hard drive. Yeah, that, again, I'm classing over a lot of these. Windows for game. Yeah, I have a gaming computer that's run Linux. Like right now, I'm streaming from Linux. Oh, sorry, Windows. My Mac Mini is my everyday computer. I use this computer that I'm streaming from right now as a creation computer, editing computer, streaming computer. Then I have a old Dell. I have Linux Mint on, and I use that as a /development experimental computer. And I have a Mac Mini M1 that I use, on a couch, in bed, because it has no fan, so I don't have to be aware of fans clogging up with dust from, blankets and stuff like that and being choked. And it has amazing battery life. So I am starting to become more of a laptop guy also, to be honest. So the only reason why I got that Mac Mini was because of the battery life, and it has no fans. I wanted a laptop. I was tired of sitting with a tablet that didn't have a proper keyboard. And also, there's no really good tablet stand, so you can have it in bed, unless you're buying some elaborate fucking things. So, I've used FreeBSD for years. Like, I probably used... Oh, God. Most operating system people can think of, I have more likely used at some point. Yeah. It didn't take me much to remember the Mac layout. And I sometimes fuck up the whole Control-C and Command-C when I'm developing and stuff like that. This is the fun part, because this dude here, look at this shit here. So this idiot here keeps coming back and responding on these things here. I don't know if I want to read all of this fucking shit. When I show they are amazed, I don't know what the fuck he's on about. I hold that Linux is on the rise. 1. It is as usable OS for average Joe. Contrary to Kent's endless rant. No, it's not. No, it's not. This is concrete proven it's not. But anyway, more and more people are getting to hear about Linux. Yes, they are, but they're still not using it. And can see videos on it being used. Yeah, but they're still not using it. And boot from USB. Most people don't know how to boot from a USB. And see how Mint is all GUI. Mint is not all GUI. And not typing lots of commands to get things done. Microsoft abuse switch over pain levels, driven many techies towards Linux. No, there are more techies using Microsoft and Apple product than there are Linux products. Ever increasing cost of hardware for both Windows and Mac. Hardware don't become cheaper because you're using Linux. Oh my god. I am. Relax, Kent. Breathe. Air in, air out. Air in, air out. Calm your tits. People, calm down. Calm down. Calm down. We just learned a new fact, everyone. When I'm going to buy the new 5090 NVIDIA card, I am getting a massive discount if I'm running Linux. We all heard it here. Hardware is expensive on Windows. We heard it. Everyone heard it here. We all heard it here. Windows makes hardware expensive. Look, ever-increasing cost for hardware for both Windows and Mac is forcing people to seek only affordable alternatives. Mint is great. Valve's work with Proton is also helping as well. You don't... Stupidity. So the only reason Valve is helping you out... Also, here's the thing. Valve is not helping out with Proton. You all are helping Valve out with Proton. That's a massive difference there. Yeah, it's true. If you go to NVIDIA and say to them, I'm running Linux Mint, you get a 50% discount. This dude has no idea what he's talking about. This is the anime titty-sucking idiot I was talking about. People have comfort zones, and Windows has been the comfort zone. No, Windows just... I will now count the minutes until this comment is deleted. I don't give a fuck. You are showcasing how big of a fool you are. Why would I delete it? You know what? I'm harding you. There you go. Yeah, exactly. Nothing is going to change whatever. Yeah. People don't upgrade People don't buy new hardware all the fucking time. People don't buy new hardware every time there's a Windows update. Bill Gates has not been part of Microsoft. Oh, god damn it. When Bill Gates used illegal practices to eliminate any of all competitions. Long story. By the way, I'm old. I was there also, okay? And I'm not an anime titty idiot. Bill Gates has not been part of Microsoft for decades. I think we're going to like over 20 years now. What about Valve? Valve have been sued for monopolies, just like Microsoft. Valve have been sued for anti-consumerism, just like Microsoft. Google is right now being sued for monopolies and anti-consumerism and data collecting, just like Microsoft. Dude, nobody gives a shit. I wonder what will you Linux users do if Windows was not around? Yeah, this is not a Linux hate channel. Damn, he's... Okay. Yeah, so close to 20 years. In 4 years, he's not been part of Microsoft for 20 years. So this dude here is one of those that if I make certain videos, he will come in with his anime titties and bunny ears and make a shit ton of comments like this. And he will have debates and arguments with people in the comment section. And I'm sorry to say it, but I've never seen any more unintelligent than this person here. I'm just putting it out there. Nobody likes monopolies. So debloating, I debloat every Linux distribution I install. Yeah, start making Linux videos. Go do it. Why do I debloat Linux distributions? Because there's software on Linux distributions I don't like to run. So for me, it's bloat. One man's bloat is another man's feature. Most users do not have that knowledge. God damn it, he's so stupid. Linux is for techies. Normies cannot use it. Of course. People, listen to this. Most users don't have that knowledge. 10 minutes a user has to do anything the slightest bit techie, everyone screams. You see, Linux is for techies. Normies can't use it. So I didn't you just say up here that you don't need to do that with Linux anymore? Where was it? Where is it? Mention every post on how easy how Linux is easy to use actually counts for a lot. Oh, mini PCs, I love them. We use them a lot at work. Not YouTube. Nobody gives a shit. This guy is really rounding him up. So I run Windows 11 on 4 gig of RAM at work. Not gonna lie, I didn't read all of it. That. Yeah, Ubuntu is amazing. MX is great. Oh, the snap. People have been bitching for something like go read this. This is fucking. GNOME takes a lot of RAM. Yeah. Yeah, mini PCs or the 1 liter form factor PCs are actually really amazing. What is up with Spotify, dude? What is this person saying here? I only recently adopted Linux as the main OS. I use the main OS I use most of the time, but I think you're spot on in your criticism. But you're the only one seeing aggregate about this subtopic. It's okay. I'm not going to read all of this fucking shit. It's called entertainment factor. God damn it. Do people not understand that to grab people's attention on the internet and in videos, you have to oversaturate things? God damn it, people are weird. Linux sucks as a desktop operating system. I kind of will agree with that. Yeah, I like this one. Holy fucking shit, he's stupid. Oh god. Oh, I love the dude. I've just been battling Windows 11 trying to help a neighbor with my KDE running laptop. Hey peeps, he's not even running Linux, he's running pure KDE. There's no fucking Linux at all. It's just his laptop, a desktop environment, that's it. He is stuck with Windows 11 as he has to use Adobe. Well, that's probably for work. But he is quick to agree that my UI is way easier to navigate and fix issue with than Windows 11. I put Ubuntu on his old laptop. He cannot use it now as work requires Adobe products. But he hates Windows 11. And it's harder to use KDE. And it's harder to use KDE or XFCE. What? But can someone help me decipher this? I put Ubuntu on his old laptop. He cannot use it now because work requires Adobe products. But he hates Windows 11. Fine. As it's harder to use than... Okay, now I get it. Because it's harder to use than KDE or XFCE. I don't know if it's harder. It's just... I think... Huh? Still wasn't. It depends on your case. So even Linus Torvalds said that he is sad that his main goal, which is the desktop. Oh no! So Linus Torvalds made Linux because he couldn't afford a development station that ran a Unix system. And he was interested in I think was it the 486 or 386 Intel CPU that came out. He had no inclination. He had no desire to take over any operating system when he made Linux. He made Linux for fun as an experiment. So that's a wrong misconception. He has, however, said that Linux has failed on the desktop. That is true. And here's the thing. All of the reasons why he said that Linux failed on the desktop is the same things I am saying in my videos. Yeah, he was also heavily inspired by Mimics. Yeah, he actually had like a massive debate with the Mimics creator. Linux is not reliant on the command line. Okay, run a Linux distribution without ever using the command line. You can't. You can't even run Windows without using the command line if you are a tech user. Yeah, the Android 10 bound on yeah, exactly. Yeah, a lot of well-known people were in that debate, yeah. Holy fuck, people are going mental here. If operating a computer operating system and saving hours in Microsoft Recall and Teams of service, they log everything, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, whatever. That's nothing new. Recall is bullshit. I don't think anyone will agree with that. Yeah. So XFCE is going to have issues when they drop... He's... What the fuck? EUC can do work. Yeah, put it on a virtual machine, yeah. Yeah, work is priority. That's what pays the fucking money. This fucking anime sucking idiot just can't stop coming at it. Who is he responding to? That speech is from 10 years ago. Is that the... Yeah, Linus still... No, Linus made a video a few years ago saying that Linus on the desktop was like... failing. Nobody paid $500 for Windows. Well, they do. Nobody wants to... You don't have to get an NPU recall laptop. Oh, I really pissed this dude off. Like, I really pissed this dude off. Like, he's so mad. He's so mad. He's so mad. Oh, God. Here's the thing. Prove me wrong. Let's see in 10 years. Let's see in 10 years, man. He's so mad. Holy God. Never had trouble with Vista. I have never had trouble with Vista either, personally, to be honest. Oh, based. Thank you. I haven't figured out how that software suite thingy. Oh, I think he's the ecosystem thingy. I don't see any reason why this wouldn't matter. 1% of computer users can choose between Apple and Microsoft 99, whatever. I know this person. They have commenting a lot on my... I have commenting before. Well, yeah. I couldn't agree more. Are we done? The Linux desktop is an absolute dumpster fire, yeah. I hate most Linux YouTubers. Oh, that's you, troll. Yeah, Linux is not good for gamers. If it's bad for Microsoft, it's bad for Linux. Why are people commenting this nowadays? These weird names. Like, I understand that it's bots, but... Linux is great for retro gaming, yeah. Yeah, I thought it would be worse, but this dude is mad, man. Like, this anime sucking, anime titty sucking old man, as you say he is mad. Let's refresh and see if there's come any new comments in. Can we do... Oh, public subscribers. Huh. Help for reviews. Oh, it's the same. I know this one. It's something someone was talking about bullshit in a channel and... Yeah, 3x. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I pissed on his Linux Cheerios. Dude, I have, like... I don't know what's on with the Spotify. Give me a second and we can find some... Let's do the... Let's do the Asmongold thing and... World of Warcraft Ultimate Journey, a relaxing music. Let's just listen to some World of Warcraft thing music in the background. Is this Evelyn Forrest? Yeah, it is. Yeah, I don't know. Spotify must have issues. Oh, now it seems to be up again. Yeah, Spotify must have had issues. You never played WoW? Oh, it used to be good, dude. It used to be good. I'm debating getting back into it again. Yeah, Windows 8.1 was not that bad, to be honest, no. It was not that bad. Can I... How the fuck do I zoom this out? I can't. We're just doing this live on stream here. Yoink. There you go, buddy. Yeah, he's mad, man. Like, he's big mad. He's like fucking big mad. And there's a lot like him. There's a lot people like him, sadly enough. I don't like Linux. So the reason why I don't like most Linux YouTubers is that when you go into them, or when you go into their content, you feel like you are being coerced into like joining Scientology or something like that. Yeah. Oh, thanks, Winboy. Yeah, exactly, Bob. I don't know what it's about. On my gaming channel, I had to ban like 30 or not 30, 10, 15 over the last month or so. I don't know what the names even mean, no. Just, hey. There are few Linux content creators out there that just make educational Windows, or not Windows, Linux videos without preaching. So if you, but here's the thing, most Linux users, they don't want educational videos. They want to be preached to. I know it sounds weird. The Linux cast? Oh god, no. No. No, 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 no. No, don't. Not the Linux cast. He's the dude that was like refusing to help his mom because he was using Windows. He's batshit crazy, man. Like, go watch some of my reaction videos about some of his videos. Like, he is like... He's the epitome of a brainwashed fucking Linux user. If it's the guy that I'm thinking of, the choppy guy, right? 9! Yeah, I do like explaining computers a lot. Yeah, he's one of the good guys out there. Like I said, some people have so little things in their life that the operating system becomes the most important thing and the most look at it like this. When you meet a new person, you're like, hey, my name is so-and-so, and you chit-chat a little bit, you know, and like... So tell me a little bit about yourself. And they will talk about their work, their family, their accomplishments in life, you know, things they've done and stuff like that. People like this here, people like this maniac here, when you ask him to tell about his life, he's going to say, I am a advocate for Linux and FOSS and free software. And then he's going into a whole fucking rant about how the world is crumbling underneath your feet and the devil is taking your testicles and eating them because you're running Windows and blah, 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 blah. This is the most important thing in this person's life. A lot of these Linux people that get angry at me and people like me is because they have nothing else in their life than Linux. They found a place they belong. They found a place they can be part of something bigger than themselves, that is Linux, FOSS, and open source, and it leads on to it. These are the same people that, had they lived in a different place on Earth, would have been picked up by another extremist group, a religious extremist group, for lack of better words that I can't say on YouTube. So luckily enough, people like him and Distro and those kind of people, they found Linux, and not some weird person in a robe that wants to, you know, strap a vest on them that go boom boom, you know, because they have so little in their life that they are searching for a meaning. And Linux, FOSS, and open source is that. And for a lot of Linux people, that's all they have in their life. They are social outcasts. They don't have many friends. They probably have no spouses. So Linux become their everything. They probably don't even have a proper job, or they have a job they hate. You know, like they may work at Starbucks or some superstore where they put things on shelf and think that like this is beneath me. I'm too intelligent for this and stuff like that. And then you go into Linux and being told that Linux is for smart people, it's for educated people, it's for people that found the Holy Grail. And then they get sucked into this whole extremist part of Linux, which is the only technical thing that have this. Like, think about it. Anywhere in the tech world do we have stuff like this? Where can you point another group in the tech world where we have people like this here? Like this mad dude here, Mad Andy here. Is there any other place on the internet that has to do with tech that has people like this? No. Linux has. And that is because one of the most popular people in the circles of Linux and FOSS and open source is Richard Stallman. And Richard Stallman is a toxic fundamentalist. Xbox versus gaming, I will not call that tech, that's gaming more. Or Xbox, PlayStation, sorry, that's more gaming. You don't have to be a tech person to be a gamer. That's a recreational hobby, like it's something you do for relaxing. Like, yeah, I know that there's a lot of crazy people in there, but I'm like in the tech world, so programming, hardware, software, and stuff like that. You know, I have not seen it. You know, yeah, Olsenbanden, yeah, they are really funny, yeah. But it's because Richard Stallman is a fundamental toxic activist, political activist. And he's not a stupid person. He knows a lot about tech, but he uses tech for some weird reason. He uses technology to drive a political agenda that is heavily based on Marxism and stuff like that. But let's not scare too many people away today. But you get what I'm coming at here. So people like this dude here, oh, I belong in Linux. People tell me I'm smart. I know I'm smart. I know I'm better than everyone else. I'm getting that reinforced in Linux. And then this weird autistic person called Richard Stallman is spewing all of these weird things that sounds like we are trying to change the world. You are part of a crusade. You are a crusader, basically. Which, not only have I gotten into a group of people that want me and acknowledge my brilliance and my narcissistic tendencies and blah, 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 blah. Now this person is telling me that I'm part of a bigger movement that's bigger than my own life, that's bigger than everything else in my life. Or at least that's what he's telling me that I am. So now this person have found the thing that they are missing, the calling, the important thing in their life. Those are the people Richard Stallman preys on. There's a reason why Linus don't like Richard Stallman and the Free Software Foundation. There's a reason why most companies and most developers don't really like Richard Stallman and the Free Software Foundation. Because they are bad shit, crazy political fundamentalists. You know. But people like this anime titty-sucking person here has nothing in life other than Linux. And now this charismatic, circle-jerking guy is telling him that you're part of something bigger. We are trying to fight the evil corporations. And we all know no corporation is fucking good. You know, and we all sit and think we need to fight the big corporations, and they're giving people like this a room, just like religious fundamentalists does that want to strap you up with a boom boom vest. I will put it into the $1 what is it called, members thingy. It's a it's a deal I have with a lot of people that I promise to do that, so I can't keep it up. Because people pay money for it and that's what they expect, and I can't let them down, you know. That's when they pay $1, that's because I'm promising them live stream archives. And it would be a little bit bitchy to then say, well, fuck you then. You know, the main reason why I do that is because a lot of people like to go in and or be toxic on my live streams in the comment section if I leave them up. Because we are talking a lot of shit in here. We are talking about a lot of things. And they may listen to 5 minutes out of, like, some of my live streams are 10 hours long. And they listen to like 5 or 10 minutes and think they understand everything. And we can have a conversation that's been going on for 2 hours. And they just take everything out of context. Pong? Sorry. You do know that open source is older than proprietary software. Like, we have been in the mercy of companies before open source, before development, before computing. We were in the bosom of corporations. This is not something that just happened with software and computing. The problem with corporations is not a thing a license can fix. The problem with big businesses is not something technology can fix. It's a political problem. It's a political problem. It's a nature problem. It's a human problem. That all comes down to people that have power want more power. Absolute power corrupt absolutely. Before computers was even invented, people talking about that, businessmen, merchants had too much powers. All the way back to Rome or Egypt's times and, all the way to the Bronze Dark Ages before Christ, it was a topic. But technology cannot fix it. Software cannot fix it. So the TPL versus MIT. So you have to understand one thing when we're talking licenses here is that the TPL is a restrictive license. It tells you what you can and can't do and what you should and should do. It just happened in most people's eyes to be a license that they are more agreeable with. But nonetheless, there are rules, regulations in the TPL. The MIT, like if you really, really are into freedom, personal individual freedom, MIT and BSD license is where you go. Because you can do whatever the fuck you want there. You can close it, you can open it. All you have to do, not all of them, but at least the MIT is, you have to say this is provided as is, and you have to credit the original developer. Other than that, you can do whatever you want with it. You have the freedom to do whatever you want with it. The TPL, for the sake of being more, in quotes, free and open, actually have a lot of restrictions. Sometimes even more restrictions than some proprietary software has. So the TPL is a restrictive license. It restricts your freedoms. When I say freedom, I mean what you can do with the code. They are telling you, you have to do this because this is how we define freedom. That the source code should always be a variable and blah, blah, blah. And if you do modifications, you have to submit it back to the upstream and blah, blah, blah. That is what our form of freedom is. But it's a little bit like saying, we have democracy. But I am choosing which one you can vote on. But you have the choice between these 5 people. But I have to choose which one you can vote on. Where MIT is like, vote on whoever the fuck you want. But GPL, I am going to select the best candidates that I like and agree with the most in the name of the betterment of the people and blah, 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 and then you can switch between them. The GPL is actually a really, really strict license to adhere to. That's why a lot of people or a lot of companies or projects is, let's say they are proprietary and they want to go open source or GPL. It costs a lot of money. It's not just say, okay, tomorrow we are releasing the source code. Because they have to make sure that they are not using other people's software that they have a license that are closed. Because if they're using some other people's source code that is closed source, they have to emit that. They have to take it out of the code. And then they have to make their own code or find someone that's using open source code for that library or stuff like that. So they have to fine-comb the fucking code and make sure everything is kosher and stuff like that. And then they can open source it, which costs time and money. The bigger the project, the bigger the time and money cost. Why is this not... Oh, it's low res anyway. And why do you need to do that? That is because the GPL has a lot of restrictions. But those restrictions is regarded as being better for the people or for the developers than having no look into the source code with proprietary software. But then you come into the debate of who is actually looking at the code. Who is looking at the code? That's mostly developers. How many in here have looked at the kernel source code for the Linux kernel? I do it a few times a year. I look at a lot of open source project source code, mostly for learning and stuff like that. But most people will not do that. Most people are not going to do that. Most people are not going home from a hard day at work and say, you know what, I'm bored. Let me look at these like million lines of code. Like, most people are not going to do that. So having the source code available to read only really makes sense for two kind of people: developers and people that are learning to code, so students. Everyone else, it don't matter, because your local store clerk don't know how to look at the code and find bugs in it or fix them. They can look at the code, but they don't know what to do with it. They might as well just read fucking Egypt or something like that. So for them, it's useless. A fun thing about proprietary software is Microsoft are not the only one looking at Microsoft source code. There's a lot of other companies that have access to Microsoft source code. They just have to sign an NDA or confidentiality agreement. Microsoft could not exist if Microsoft developers was the only one looking at Microsoft code. NVIDIA more or likely have access to kernel level code from Microsoft to make their drivers. They just can't share it and stuff like that. So if being able to see the source code only really matters for developers, well, proprietary software has been shared among developers a lot of time. You just have to not use it in a competing product and blah, 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 blah. All those, there's some restriction of what you can do with it, but they are working together, or else nothing would be done. So you could actually call proprietary software open source limited. It's only open source for selected group of developers. Done. Oh, God. There is a problem right now with malware and viruses being made for Linux that is super hard to detect and super hard to get rid of, because they are higher quality than they are on Mac and Windows, for the fact that they can see the source code. And that's another thing that the smart Linux people tend to forget is that Linux is only secure right now because we have never been tested. We have never had the brute force of every hacker in the world trying to hack us on the desktop. When that day comes, because most Linux users are not running a firewall. We don't need that. Most Linux users are not running malware and antivirus protection. We don't need that. And if Linux takes over the world and all those malicious people see how stupid Linux people are, that they think they don't need that shit, man, you might as well just bend over and take it up the ass like a good boy. Like, there's no fucking loop. You can hope that they will spit on it at least 2 times before they jam it up your ass. Like, there are so many Linux users out there right now that are so insecure, more insecure than their Linux, Windows and Mac counterparts. Because at least Windows and Mac present you with a firewall. And most, if not all, Windows users have some form of virus protection. Windows have sandboxing, Linux has sandboxing and stuff like that. They all have it. It's just a matter of, are you using it? You know. So Linux can be more secure than any other OS. Windows can be more secure than any other OS. It's just a matter of, do you want to use it? Should we engage with this stupid argument that Linux is everywhere? So here's the thing. On your way home from kindergarten, where you probably are located, you've interacted with Windows, macOS, and FreeBSD. You probably have interacted with a Unix system without knowing it. Windows is everywhere. FreeBSD is everywhere. That means nothing. Like, that is the stupidest argument for Linux being good or more secure. Because you're not running your router OS on your fucking laptop. Like, come on. You are not running your router OS on your desktop. Like, a lot of ATMs run OS 2. A lot of ATMs run Windows Vista. A lot of banking systems are running outdated Unix systems and OS systems because that's what the software is built up around. Stop using your router. I have used Linux longer than you've probably been alive. Okay? Yeah, a lot of ATMs want Java as their serving platform. The whole financial system is heavily based on Pascal, I think it is, and Java. Let me put it this way, Unique Progressive. You have no fucking idea what you're talking about, and that's me being really nice to you right now. COBOL, that's it. COBOL and Java. COBOL and Java. My microphone probably have Linux running on it. What does that matter for the desktop? Nothing. Your future voice vibrator that she's going to use because you're bad in bed probably runs a Linux system. You know? Yeah, here's the thing. If you really, really want to make a lot of money, learn COBOL. Because the financial sector is in a really bad place right now. Because not nobody, but a lot of people really don't know how to do COBOL. And most COBOL developers are dying or dead. And they are now migrating over to Python. for the COBOL system, but that's not done yet. So at least for the next decade, there is a high demand for COBOL developers. Guys, tell me something I don't know. Unique Progressive, tell me something I don't know. But yeah, the financial sector right now is in a migration state where they want to get away from COBOL because it's hard to get developers, and they want to go over to Python. So if you are one of those people that know COBOL, you probably have a high chance of making good money for a short while. Any programming language, any popular programming language. So that would be Java, Python, C++, C#. Those are the ones I would go with. Rust is still too new. Go is still, like, unless you want to do back-end stuff for server stuff like that, Go may be a thing you should look into. But like, the most used, look at the top 3 most used programming languages and pick one of those. Oh, goddamn, you're so stupid, I'm going to ban you. Oh, goddamn it, man. Now let's put you in a timeout for 24 hours. There you go. He still haven't told me anything I don't know already. Like, yes, I am Danish, Casper. This is the same person that will go up to you. Hey, the grass is green outside. Yeah. Hey, you do know that the grass gets wet when it's raining, right? Yeah. Hey, you do know that rain comes from the skies, right? Python is good, but you can also go into the Python trap. So you learn Python and you find a job where they don't use Python. I would recommend learning Python and maybe C#. Because C# is super easy to get into also. And it's super well documented. But if you are totally new, Python is too general. Python is the most used, if not the second most used programming language in the world. Who gives a fuck if it's general? This is the whole Linux debate again. It's too popular. Who gives a fuck? Do you want... Tell your friend this, Max. Tell your classmate this. Do you like money? Do you want to make money? Then use the programming language that will make you money. Python is one of those programming languages. If it's too general, who gives a fuck? C# is not difficult. It's just different. Oh, thanks for the member thingy. Oh no, we're about to kill Laura. No. Sweet little Laura. Yeah, if it's popular, it's easy to find a job, yeah. Yeah. OS2 is still being used in ATMs, yeah. The worst thing you can do for yourself is to be one of those people that don't want to change. Or like, I'm only doing this. That's the fastest way of losing your job. The fastest way to lose your job is saying no. I don't want to do that, I'm this guy. That's the fastest way of losing your job, because now you're untrainable and unadaptable. So do whatever the fuck you want. Like, in a year, I learned 3 programming languages because it was needed for my job. In a year. And I'm a mechanic. I have no IT training whatsoever when it comes to programming. I just learned enough so I could do the task that I need to do. If that was learning assembly code, I would be learning assembly code. This whole elitism with people don't want to adapt and stuff like that is driving me crazy. So learning spoken languages will not help you learn programming languages. But I will say this. The first programming language is going to be hard. The second one is going to be a little bit more easy. After that, it becomes super, super simple. Because almost all programming languages are basically built up around the same fundamental groups or building blocks. So all of them have loops, for loops, while loops. They have variables, integer, booleans, stuff like that. It's just a matter of how do you declare a variable? How do you declare a function? How do you declare a class? Some don't have classes, some do have classes, but you know, all like there's the only difference, like I'm talking super generalized right here. The only difference between C# and Python is just C# you have more control over your code. And you declare things in a different way. But you can do most of the same shit on all of them. Python is just less optimized. And you have less control over the fine-tuning of your program. But for most programs, you don't need that. Mr. Appleboy loses the stream. What are you talking about? I'm running Windows right now. What the fuck? So Windows 10 will probably going into extended life. Watery events. I suspect Windows 10 is going to be the new Windows 7, where they extend the lifespan of it. And a lot of people are going to use Windows 10 even though it's Windows 10 even though it's going end of life. There are still people to this day using Windows 7 and Windows 8. You know. Yeah, we tend to be pretty chill in the Discord. We get some idiots in there once in a while, but we tend to get rid of them. Yeah, you just need to get the work done, yeah. Yeah, they will probably stay on Windows 11 and then... Oh, sorry, Windows 10, and when Windows 12 come out, they will just go over to Windows 12, yeah. Yeah, Windows 2000 was fun. I got a hacked version of Windows 2000 from an IT friend I had when I was in school. So one of my friend's friend, so I had like an older friend that was like 15 years older than me or something like that. His sister was married to a guy that worked for Sun Microsystems in Denmark. I don't know if any of you guys can remember Sun Microsystem. So I got like Open Office and Sun Solaris and stuff like that from him all the time. It was so funny. You thought the Windows key was stored in TPM. Okay, that's gold. Okay, that's that needs to be made a T-shirt out of that. That's fucking comedy gold, man. That's fucking comedy gold. Yeah, just hey, one of the developers at work, he runs Windows 10. I have migrated most of the computers at work also to Windows 11 for production, just because of the security aspect and updates and stuff like that. And I'm using my own version of Windows 10 so I use NC Lite to skip the TPM requirement and also to skip the 4 gig requirement. So I'm running Windows 11 on a 3 gigs machine, and it's running fine. Yeah. Do it in the tech channel. Do it in the tech channel. Docker is great, yeah. We're messing around with like authentication servers and Dockers and stuff like that. Front end in Docker and what have you not. And we are spinning up a SQL product database at work right now. Almost done. Sun Microsystem was amazing back in the day, dude. I think why macOS is great for a lot of people is how streamlined it is. I would not call it simple, but how they have thought about almost everything. There are some idiocy here, some stupid things there, but for the most part, it just makes sense. It makes logical sense. And that is what people want. You know. I would say a lot of young people know how the keyboard works. What web browser do I use? Holy shit. Brave, Chrome, Vivaldi, Arc, Safari, Edge. That's it. I mostly use Edge, Chrome, and Safari. And it's a lot of it is because of testing web pages and testing technologies, and some browser I use for like if I need to go on to a website that is super sketchy, I use one browser with a lot of extensions to help protect stuff and stuff like that. You know, but I use I have at least 2 browsers running at the same time every day. Minimum. Oh yeah, GNOME is a wannabe Mac OS, yeah. Yeah, I miss I miss Sun Microsystem. Had they just adopted Linux and ran away with that, they would probably be today's canonical. Yeah, I use Edge for Microsoft technologies at work also, yeah. Oh, GNOME is a fucking mess, man. GNOME is a mess. Yeah, Wilson, you can do the same with Vivaldi. You can do the same with Vivaldi. You can make GNOME good, yeah. Like, I do like Ubuntu Desktop, so Ubuntu's version of GNOME, I kinda like. Yeah, that's because when Sun Microsystem was around, Unix workstations and Unix systems was on a massive decline. And the few people that needed a Unix system was migrating over to Linux. And I think the fundamental flaw that Sun did was not just adopting Linux right away. Just say, fuck Solaris, we're going Linux. Because had they done Linux, they would probably be around today. I do like Cinnamon Desktop. Like, I'm running Linux Mint on my development laptop. So Cinnamon XFCE is stable. They are super stable, yeah. Megatrend event? Have no idea, man. No idea, dude. Yeah, it's funny that... And this is actually a testament to a lot of Linux shit, is that the most popular Linux distribution in the world are using GNOME, but heavily modified GNOME, for it to make sense. So that should have told the GNOME developers that vanilla GNOME is bad. Like, if the most popular Linux distribution want to use your desktop, but they have to modify it heavily to make it useful, you have done some UX flaws, my friend. You have fucked up some design decisions here. Yeah, you definitely fucked up some design decisions. Yeah, you can say the same with the kernel customization for Android, yeah. Yeah, Don, I would kind of agree with you. But like Louis Rossmann says, almost every open source software is only getting 70% done, and then it's stuck there. And I couldn't agree more. I couldn't agree more. And it's in the video that I posted in my Discord from Louis Rossmann. I think it's the latest, or one of the latest videos I posted in there. I do like Linux Mint. I really like Linux Mint. I've always been a fan of Linux Mint. I don't think that Mental Outlaw is a conspiracy theorist. I think he's a nutcase. Like he's too much of a Linux fanboy. He's not seeing clearly. You know, he's too much in the camp of this is my identity, everything besides Linux is bad, and all of that fucking shit. That's how I look at him. GNOME used to be really good. I do like Mutahar. I have like a love-hate relation. No, not love-hate. I have like a don't-care relationship with Mutahar because he seems to be level-headed a lot of times, but then sometimes he's just like, dude, you are like, you don't know or you don't relate to the everyday computer user anymore because you're way out there in what you think they need and want. And it's the same with Mental Outlaw. They are sometimes they are living in a reality that just don't exist. It's a Luke Smith deep fake, yeah. Like I don't, like I said, I have a like I don't care relationship with Mutahar. I watch him all the time. I like his content. But when he goes into the whole technical side of things, it just like... Let me put it this way. When he talks about Linux is where I start to get issues with him. Everything else, I don't have a problem with. Yeah, he's more of a drama YouTuber now, yeah. But that... Look... Hey... I could make a shit ton of money on YouTube. Okay? If I went full-blown bad shit drama. Look how crazy people are of my latest video. Look like this anime titty sucking guy here. People are mad. You know. And you know what? I am making money off this. Oh, there's some new... Oops. What are you saying oops for? Oh. Okay, this is a really good one. I can't even comment here why YouTube auto-delete fucking bullshit makes a totally waste of time to write a wall of text on YouTube. Nobody wants your wall of text. YouTube see that as spamming. Or any comments at all. It will auto-delete your comment just to annoy you and perhaps... No, it's because... So, okay, also a question. I'm 2 minutes into the video. Are you not capable of getting one single coherent sentence out without editing it together? Yes, I am. Watch the whole video. I do that because I do this a lot. That's my autism. It makes me stop and pause a lot. You don't want to listen to this. Okay, so this person basically just have no fucking intelligent things to say. If I had $2 every time a Linux user told me that I was imagining things about better driver support in Windows and of course its proprietary software, I would be rich. Yeah, Linux users are completely delusional. Yep. Linux is clearly superior to Windows 11. Windows 11 is a polished turd. Isn't a thing in the world that will make me go back. Who gives a fuck about you? Anyway. This again. Look how angry. I am not angry or triggered. I am. Do people not understand content creation? 40 minutes to say muhaha. Programmers. This is also a guy that keeps coming back. The Deus Ex guy here. I'm actually smarter than you. Hey, I am smarter than you. Ego, no points. Not in enlightenment text can be gained from it. No enlightenment text can be gained from it. I should respond to him. I am smarter than you. And I have it on paper. I actually do. Yeah, writing an essay in the comment section only show you have too much time on your hands. Make a video instead. Yeah. People are not going to write or read your essays in a comment section. So let's say you write a whole essay. Okay? And there are hundreds of thousands of comments. You may reach 5 or 10 people at most. If you make a video that say the same shit, you can reach hundreds, thousands of people. But it takes more effort to make a video. Why use Wayland? Nobody know why. Is there any new comments, yo? Nope, it's the same shit. Cameras are closed source. Who gives a fuck? Show the whole comment on screen. I did. What are you talking about? Also, we have gone over these comments in the beginning of the stream. DJ Ware is amazing. He should have like millions of subscribers. Oh, Brody, he's lost it, man. Yeah. Yeah, they would. Yeah, it's probably a maximum millennium moose, yeah. Oh, there is open source camera software out there. I can't remember what it's called. I used it at work for a project at one point. Yeah, DJ Ware is like is amazing. I had a guy that was like, I really want to learn about Linux. And I'm like, I showed him DJ Ware, like, go watch this dude. And he was like, I can't watch it. He's too boring. I'm like, but do you want to learn or not? Yeah. Like, if you want to learn, you're not there to get entertained. Then you don't learn. If you're laughing your tits off on the floor, you are not learning. And he got angry at me. Hey, Laura. How are you? I'm watching your videos that you're making and your live stream. You tend to scream when I'm trying to wake up. It's not good for my health. Yeah. 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 Learn Linux TV is good also. Laura is doing some amazing streams and videos lately, so go watch her if you guys want to see something different than this fucking tech shit. Yeah, Metal Outlaw is weird, man. I hope you're doing well, by the way, Laura. I do miss talking to you. If you ever get bored, you can always reach out, man. Oh, Dungeons and Dragons, that's amazing, man. Worship Hells. Trotting Crash optional, yeah. But yeah, Laura, if you want to, you can post your channel in your channel link in chat, so people can find you. I think he was into some crypto shit at one point, yeah. Exactly, stuffed by Max. It's her. Yeah. It's her. Exactly. I haven't seen Esnik in a fucking long time now I'm thinking about it. We scare them away, dude. Don't we scare people away. We scare people away. Oh, he used to work for a lot of big name companies. That dude has some he has some experience. We also have to remember IBM is big. It's like, you know, it's hard not to work for IBM if you're into, you know. Oh, Anna, I think it's the name. Linux used to be way more like that, like in the 2000s and 90s. Linux today, I will not say Linux today is like how, Amiga and Commodore 64s and stuff like that was. That was Linux in the 90s and 2000s. Because the community have ruined that. They have really ruined that. Yeah, Linus has been gone away on vacation for months before. They will continue without him. But yeah, go subscribe to Laura's YouTube skis. Oh yeah. Linux in the 90s was like Linux in the 90s, you had to really, really understand hardware and software. And you had to know how to find information. And you had to know how to read that information. Like, you actually had to have a brain, to be honest. Nah, Wilson, they will get over it. The worst people are the Linux of the development world. Yeah, the 90s dependency hell, yeah. That was a lot. But here's this thing. In the 90s and 2000s with Linux users, even if they disagreed, they were still friends. They were still friends. I don't think Rust will die, It will just fade in popularity a little bit. But I remember seeing discussions on forums and stuff like that about package managers and blah, blah, blah. And you know what it always ended out at? That in the end, they were like, hey, I'm a Linux user, you're a Linux user, let's talk about cool Linux shit. It always ended with that. Most people ended, even though they were disagreeing like fucking two redhead stepchildren at each other's throat, they were always at the end laughing and just rejoicing about how amazing Linux was. People don't do that nowadays with Linux. They it's like wrong this, wrong that, wrong distribution, down with system D, all of these things. They just like Linux users love to fight. They love to fight. Exactly. You need to enjoy what you're doing. I don't know, man. I'm just. I'm just. I don't know what to say because it's so weird. It's so strange. That whole saying, let's agree to disagree, just don't exist in the Linux circles. Yeah, the person that made it is kinda a dick, yeah. It is sad. It's a sad situation. The Winamp? No. No, I have not. So, yeah, it is a wider societal thing. Of course it is. No, most Linux users have no concept of how it used to be because Linux has a massive problem. It has a retention problem. Linux users don't last more than 3 to 5 years, and some may last 10 years, and 10 plus years they are like unicorns. So every 3 to 5 years, we get a refresh of Linux users. Well, we don't really, but people that have been using Linux for 3 to 5 years either dual booting or go over to Linux, or not Linux, go over to Mac OS or Windows again. So we always are in this flux of the most of Linux users are actually newbies when you think about it. Because it takes about 5-10 years to really, really understand an OS. Unless you're working with it 8 hours a day, 7 days a week for the next 3 or 4 years. So when Linux users start to become really knowledgeable and educated Linux users, they move away, more or less. And that's probably because they found out the limitations and the broken promises and blah, 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 blah. So you don't have a lot of old-timers in quotes that can keep the spirit of Linux alive, or what you will call it, or the atmosphere of Linux in the past alive, because it's being refreshed so often. I do like Slackware. I used to main Slackware in the 90s, no, early 2000s, before I had a package manager. Sunken cost fallacy, probably. I don't know the terms for it. I'm stupid. I've run Windows on VMs, VMware, VirtualBox. I have not used Hyper-V yet. But yeah, I've run Mac OS in virtual machines. I've run BOS, Haiku OS in virtual machines. But yeah, Linux keeps getting this new influx of users that, you know, are being influenced by Richard Stallman. And he's a bad influence. Lower, and that's how most people want to do stuff. You know? And you are definitely smarter than the average user. You are definitely smarter than the average user. Like, most people in here are smarter than the average user. Yeah, Winamp. Oh, the parties I've held with Winamp. I could make live streams of videos for hours talking about Winamp. It was like Winamp, LimeWire, Pirate Bay. That was our rebellion. Yeah, Rocklock, you're probably right, yeah. Yeah, that will probably be it, yeah. Yeah, the Ken Sequel Master Race, yeah. Yeah. But like I said, I am making a channel, or I have a channel that I'm going to upload in the nearest future when I'm done recording all these videos about tech stuff. Right now I'm making a Python coding project about making a simple information tool for macOS, so uptime, disk use, and stuff like that. Yeah, I don't think Linux would be a gaming system either. I have heard and read stuff about Richard Stallman all the way back from the early 2000s that if that came out today, and if it seems to be true, yeah, he will probably be ostracized from fucking the internet. Open source have been enforced by court cases. Yeah, I think there's a few court cases where they actually had to reinforce it. Oh yeah, the virtualization stuff. Oh yeah. I used to download third-party virtualizations and use those. Richard Stallman, I need to see if I can find that video. He was sitting at a conference many years ago with tinfoil around his name tag because he was convinced that the government has put a tracking chip into his name tag. I'm not joking here. That the government could track him with a chip in his name tag. And I even think he was talking about they could take vitals from him and stuff like that. What channel are you talking about, Winboy? You can get a lot of games to work good on Linux. Like, Linux is a decent gaming system. It's just not the best. You know, let's be honest here. It's gotten way better. But let's be honest, most people, they game on consoles or handheld. Hey, George. George of the Jungle. I remember a lot of people say that when Linux can game, everyone would move to Linux. I actually used to be one of them. Linux can game really decently. Not everyone is moving to Linux. A gang stalking victim. Oh yeah, George, that's true. So the PlayStation has always used a version of FreeBSD, and I think Stadia was using some form of Linux streaming. But when you think about it, the Steam Deck is a really specific hardware set. You know, it's not a gaming computer. It don't have like an RTX 9050 or 7050 or 7090, sorry, or 10090 and stuff like that. Windows have every OS has its problems. I bitch and moan about Windows every day at work. I can't remember when Stadia came out. It's actually kind of old. It predates the Steam Deck. I'm almost sure it predates the Steam Deck. So we have an issue at work. It's fun. It's a fucking fun one. Randomly. Nobody knows how, why, or when, but randomly. That could go months, weeks, or hours between this happening. But randomly, a program is getting deleted from one of our computers. Randomly. With it being sit alone, nobody using it for weeks. We just delete it. And we have tried whitelisting it on all kind of fucking services. Just randomly disappear. Nobody can figure out why that happens. Yeah, Google sucks. Stadia was an interesting technology for sure. Yeah, and Windows won every game, that's true, yeah. It's because Google, if things are not immediately successful for Google, they tend to can it. Yeah, it's probably 10 years too early, yeah. I kind of want to play World of Warcraft again now. Should I sub to it? It actually plays really well on Apple. Google Class is still around. Yeah, RIP Vista, yeah. So Austin Evans and Debunked, the sister channel, they do a lot with Vista. PS Vistas and stuff like that. Oh yeah, Final Fantasy. Oh yeah. Yeah, that I haven't played that in a long time. Yeah, I think the future will be game streaming, yeah. I think World of Warcraft is still the most popular. But Final Fantasy is good. I do like it a lot. I do like it quite a lot, to be honest. It's sad you don't run on Mac, but... I like MMOs because it's kind of it's especially like WoW and Final Fantasy, because they are so big. That's always something to do. You log on and you can do whatever. It don't run on M series chips. There's some compatibility issues. Because the launcher for Final Fantasy was made for Intel and they never updated to the M chips, as far as I have read it. So you have to run it through Rosetta, and they haven't really updated it since, well, the M chip series came out. But I can just install it on my gaming computer, and then I use Parsec to game. So I remote desktop into it and game if I want to. It's not an issue at all. Oh, they did update it for the M chip. Then I have to test it out then. Because I looked into it last year. Or not last year, like at the beginning of the year. And everyone said that it was a mess. On the Pro... I could imagine the Pro chips, of course. Yeah. Oh, System Shock Remake looks really awesome. Well, if it runs on the M chip, I might look into it then. I do know that World of Warcraft runs really good on Mac hardware. But I may, if I'm going the Final Fantasy route, I probably just install it on my gaming computer. I never played the original other than just the demo of it. Oh, Wilson, I think it is, yeah. Now I kind of want to try Final Fantasy on Mac. And then they must have updated. Like I said, last thing I read was that it was a mess, but it could have been an old article I found. Yeah, might try. I never finished Final Fantasy. And not the new expansion for World of Warcraft, but the other one I didn't finish either. Oh, my gaming channel for many years was a World of Warcraft channel, where I did really, really bad gaming videos of reviews of WoW add-ons. For quite a lot of years. I do like WoW more than Final Fantasy. But that's more because I like the old, like, WoW up till... God. Legion? After Legion, WoW just became a mess. And I've never been a massive fan of Final Fantasy. But I do like the game. I do want to try it, because Final Fantasy has a super good story. And there's, like, they don't comment all your time. Where World of Warcraft, if you just want to be somewhat decent, you have to spend at least a few hours on it every day. So what OS is installed on my main machine at home? Define main machine. Because I have 2 laptops and 2 computers. And I don't use my Dell so much anymore. But I use all of them at least once a day. I will say I'm spending more time on my Mac Mini right now. But I use my gaming PC a lot also during the day. And then I use my Mac Mini if I want to count potato search. So the machine I use the most is either my Mac Mini or my Ryzen gaming computer. It depends on the day. So between Mac OS and Windows. Oh, I love the Legacy Edition. Oh, yeah. Mass Effect is one of my all-time favorite games, man. Yeah, old BioWare was special. Yeah. Oh, KOTOR. I never played that. I need to replay that. We need to have a gaming evening. But yeah, Mass Effect. Oh, God. I remember when I learned about Mass Effect, the second one was out. And I played... one weekend, I played Mass Effect 1. The next weekend, I played Mass Effect 2. And the weekend after that, I played Dragon Age Origin. And the weekend after that, I played Dragon Age number 2. Because Pop OS is... Linux is not... The games I play the most don't work well on Linux. That's the simple answer. Oh, dude, you have to play Mass Effect. Oh, Switch? Oh, I need one of those. Hella deep dive, yeah. Oh, Mac Warrior. Oh, I used to play that a lot. So right now I'm actually playing. I'm playing Crime Scene Cleaner. So you're cleaning crime scenes up basically. Either that or Minecraft is what I play the most, right? Because I don't have much time to play games because of work and stuff like that. Dark Souls, I played a little bit of Dark Souls, yeah, and roguelikes, but I'm not... I can't dedicate hours and hours each day to play games. Yeah, similar to... Yeah, exactly, Wilson. Just way better. Oh, I also play quite a lot of Power Wash Simulator. Or used to. I just finished the game a month ago or something like that. And then I have some other games I play. I still have to finish the latest expansion of Cyberpunk. Yeah, I never finished a Dark Souls game or a game like that. Because they require too much dedication. I get into the game and I have, okay, in a week I can maybe dedicate a lot of time, but then it goes like months before I can dedicate the same time. So I do like games that are a little bit on the shorter hand now. That don't take like 200 hours to complete. Because then it will take me months before I get through them. And to be honest, I'd rather do research, coding, or tech stuff than gaming at the moment. Most games nowadays just sucks, in my opinion. Oh, Command & Conquer. Oh, I used to live. Oh, god damn it. Me and my brother used to play them so much. Yeah, but I can't Laura, I can't play more than 1 hour, maybe 2 hours at one time. You know, I get bored or restless, and I need to do. I get sleepy. If I play games too long, I fall asleep. It's not weird for an adult to like Mario and Zelda. I play Minecraft, for God's sake. I like grindy games, mindless grindy games, because then I can watch YouTube and stuff like that on the side, so I don't fall asleep. I never played Zelda. I never been a Nintendo boy. And I should be spanked. Laura needs to put me in a cage and not feed me for a month and whip me for like 10 hours a day for not being a Nintendo guy. But I had a Nintendo Game Boy as a kid, but I never really been into the Switch and all of these things, you know. Yeah, me too. If I don't fall asleep, I need food to keep me awake, so I start to snack also, yeah. Yeah, DEI is a weird thing, man. I never had a Sega. I never played a Sega game, sadly. But I am, what is it? Diversion, Inclusion Initiative or something like that? It's a mess. Go Google it, and you will see that it's a good intention that is being used for bad things. So the intention of it is kind of good, and there are things that needs to be addressed and stuff like that. Don't get me wrong, but a lot of people are misusing it. Yeah, like a game really needs to really needs to be good for me not to snack and fall asleep. So Mass Effect did that for me. Dragon Age did it for me. Where, like I said, I finished those games in like a weekend because I got so quick, I couldn't stop playing them. But most games don't do that to me. I don't get stimulated intellectually enough, basically. Oh, Icarus, I think that's right, yeah. Yeah, I need a movie or YouTube to run in the background most of the time when I play games, or else they don't grab my attention. I get bored. Hades, I think I played that. I think it was on Steam Game Pass at one time. But I do like open world games a lot. I love, because open world games, I can again watch YouTube and stuff like that while playing them. So city builders, survival games, I do like them a lot because it's the right mixture of attention that needs to be in the game where I can do other stuff, so I don't fall asleep. But if it's like, let's say, Assassin's Creed, you can't really watch YouTube, but the game is not interesting enough for me to keep my brain engaged, basically. Yeah, I never got into Final Fantasy, man, other than the MMO. I don't mind button combinations, to be honest. No. I've never heard about that. I think we have the same brain, Laura. That's the same with me nowadays. What I loved about Cyber, and this is the only reason why I have not finished the new expansion for Cyberpunk yet, is that I love Cyberpunk because you can either do the storyline or you can just fuck around in the game and watch YouTube or something like that. But if I finish the storyline, there's no reason for me to keep playing it. So I won't start the game up to, because then I know I will finish the storyline and I'm like, now I'm done with the game. There's no purpose other than just running around and goofing around. I don't want to do that. But Cyberpunk, like, I love Cyberpunk. It's one of, like, The Witcher, I love that game also, the third one. But yeah, Cyberpunk, like Cyberpunk was also one of those games where I could keep my attention, but I just can't get myself to finish the last expansion because I always like I'll do it later because I have something to look forward to. But if I finish it, I don't have anything to look forward to anymore. I never finished the Witcher 1 and 2 games, only the third one. I never read the books. I'm not a big reader. I fall asleep if I read too long. Like, if my brain don't get intellectually stimulated, like, really stimulated, I get tired and I fall asleep. Because it's too boring for me. And it irritates the living shit of me. I thought I had ADD or ADHD at some point, and I got tested for it, and I don't have it. It's just that it's too boring for me. I can drink as much coffee, and it don't work. It don't work. It's just because I don't get stimulated intellectually enough. That's what my doctor said anyway. So I have to believe them because I got tested for ADD and ADHD and don't have that. I only watched the first season of Netflix, The Witcher. And I like that one. Oh, Flight Simulator. I used to play that a lot as a kid. So I work with a lot of Polish people. Maybe I should get them to give me a Polish version of The Witch and learn Polish. Yeah, the first season of The Witcher I liked a lot, yeah. No, Don, no. No. I can explain why, Don, but then I will come across as a pompous motherfucker, self-righteous, sound like I'm smarter than everyone else. But it's not ADHD, because if you have ADHD or ADD, you can't keep your attention. I can't keep my attention if the subject is stimulating me enough. Like, if I find it interesting enough. The thing is that with a lot of games, I figure out the game within the first hour or two. I almost can tell you what is going to happen in the game. Or the game mechanics becomes too one-sided and too predictable. And that's when I get bored. Where in an open world game, I can do whatever I want. Yeah, no, like I said, I've been tested for ADHD. It's something else. It's because of my autism, basically. It's because of my autism. It's not because of ADHD or ADD. Because I do have... I have no problem... what is it called? Focusing or anything like that. At all. It's just like... If I watch... Let me put it this way. If I watch a movie... And I can tell you the plot of the movie, and I can be like 90% right... And I can figure that one out in like the first 15, 30 minutes. I fall asleep. I don't want to watch that movie anymore. Like, it's the same thing with games and stuff like that. If I can figure out the premise or what is going on, there's no... The dopamines don't get kicked off in my head by figuring out new things and stuff like that. And it's hard to explain. That's why I like programming and computing and stuff like that, because there's always an intellectual challenge. If that makes sense. There's always something I don't know I need to figure out how to do. So I can sit for like 10 hours one day trying to fix a problem with a computer or coding and stuff like that. Because until I figure it out, it's running in my head, and it will keep running in my head. Where if I'm playing a game and it's following the same fucking generic things that every other game is following, unless it's like a really, 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 really good story, like The Witcher, Mass Effect and stuff like that, or it's something that takes me back to my childhood, like Robocop. I just finished the Robocop game. But it was not like a great story, it was not great gameplay, but it was like me being a kid again. But it also took me like 3 or 4 weeks to finish that game. And it was like 14 hours long or something like that. But that they need to do, you know, certain things for me to keep doing it. And like I said, I got tested for ADHD and HDD or ADHD, and I don't have that. It's just that I need more difficult things to be going on for me to be interested in them. That's also why a lot of and it is part of my autism, of course, but that's also why a lot of like first world problems, I don't give a fuck about them. If you lose your charger, I don't give a fuck. Here, take mine. I don't give a fuck. If you have no internet for an hour and you know you're losing your marble sword, I really can't relate to it. Because it's such a small problem that can be fixed so fucking easy. Go to McDonald's or something, you know. And on your way to McDonald's, your internet is probably back up again. I get frustrated and irritated if my internet is down one day, but if I really, really want to, I could just go to McDonald's and I have internet. Take my laptop to McDonald's. But yes, I do get irritated about it, like everyone else. And it's because they most problems that people have today are not really problems. It's just because they can't be lazy mofo sitting, you know, oh, my Starbucks is a little bit too cold. Well, then go 5 minutes early where there's not so many people. You know. It's those kind of things that just like, if you think about it, you are the reason for the problem most of the time. And most people's problems are also self-inflicted a lot of times. And I just can't deal with that. Because it shows a lack of intellect, I think you would call it, because they are in that situation. And I call it world bubbles. Or some would call it main character syndrome. But we all live in a world bubble. We all, like in everyone's life, you are the most important person in your own life. And therefore, a lot of people think that because I feel I am the most important person in my life, and you are the most important person in your own life, but a lot of people then think that they are also the most important person or for everyone else or for the whole world and stuff like that. Yeah, take care. And that's, again, where I'm like, the fuck is going on? And most people's problems come from that. I am more important than you. You know, I am more right than you. AI is not going to replace developers. It's too stupid. And you also have to remember, AI, that the AI we have today is not really AI. There's a video about a guy debunking AI in 5 minutes. AI is going to replace code monkeys. So people that like, can you code this algorithm for 5 different ways, or can you make a simple hello world program, or can you make like a UI with a button on? Those simple tasks AI is going to do. Those all the simple bread and butter foundation programming AI is going to do. But AI is not smart enough to come up with elaborate programs. Like, you can ask AI to make a web scraper, you can ask AI to make a let's say, a program that finds the most popular string in a list. The one with the highest number. Or the most, use this database to find the top 5 most sold products. It can make a program to do that. But you cannot get AI to make a kernel. You cannot get AI to make an Office suite. You cannot get AI to make a Discord, for example. It will do some of the work for you, but a lot of it's going to be bullshit. Yeah, but math problems is not creative. That's the problem. AI can do things where you don't have to think outside the box. So if you're driving down a road, that's what AI is good for. That thing that's streamlined. Like math, you don't have to think. Like, I asked AI, what is the mathematical equation for life? It could not answer that. I asked AI, what is the best way for me to become a millionaire? And it just said, oh, get an education, get a job. If I ask you, what is the best prediction of me become a millionaire in the next 10 years? You will have a lot of opinion about what I should do. AI can't think outside the box. It's a prediction model. It's really good at predicting from past experience, but really limited past experience. So it's really good at predicting language and writing and stuff like that. So if it knows you're doing Python, it knows that you just have made a variable that's called this, and you have a list called that, and you have a dictionary called this, there's a super high chance that you're going to make a function to interact with it. So it's going to type the function that most people are going to do in those things. That's what it's really good at. Super good at. Or like debugging. Yeah, find flaws in your programming. But ask it to be creative or think outside the box. Falls right on its fucking dick. It's face-palming Earth like a mofo, man. And that is because AI is not intelligent. It's not... Look, artificial intelligence is not intelligent. And if it's artificial, it's not really intelligent. The name in of itself is... What is it called? It's going against what it's trying to be. It's trying to be intelligent, but it's doing it in an artificial way. Well, if it's artificial, it's not the same. Like when you're drinking artificial orange-flavored water, it's not water with oranges in it. It's imitating orange flavor. So it's not real. So artificial intelligence can therefore not be real. And that's because upscaling images is all math. It's math. Yeah, become a drama YouTuber, yeah. AI is really good with math. Sometimes I can Google faster than AI can give you the answer. Actually, a lot of... Gemini is actually super fast. That's the one I use. If I have to use an AI, we did some... we compared Gemini with ChatGPT, and Gemini just blows ChatGPT out the water. And it seems to be more accurate and faster. And you get a lot of things with Gemini for free that you have to pay for with ChatGPT. So if we are using AI, most of us are using Gemini right now at work. But it leaves a lot of shit out, man. It's not bullshit. I know Google foo. I think Gemini is the only AI I found that was faster than I could Google most things. Copilot, I definitely found it faster than or found the information faster than they could type it out to me. You use them every day. Congratulations, so do I. I think they I think that's on purpose, though. I think I read something about that somewhere. Ass Chiefs. you need like the dog from Microsoft Office. What the fuck was it called? I don't think artificial intelligence, like AI, is ever going to be on par with a human. It's going to be something else. It's going to be something else. Like the next generation AI that we have not invented yet. There must not be a need for it, Wilson. The name is not... No, don't ring a bell. I'm really bad with names. Like, it took me almost a year before I could remember Laura's name. So quantum computing is still... It's a lot of theory going on. Nobody's really produced anything concrete. Like there are like things that are kind of quantum computing, but we don't have like a 100,000% provable quantum computer yet. Yeah, the AI hype is already dying down. Because we here's the thing. The AIs we are using today, we have had access to for years. We're just now using them in different ways. That's it. It's not really nothing really new. It's just that ChatGPT came out at the right time and opened people's eyes for it. But yeah, right now, AI, quantum computing, and all that shit is mostly just buzzwords. Like, there are so many companies that are promised that they're using AI, that are not using AI, that are, you know, being sued by their customers. Like, if you're a gamer, you've dealt with AI most of your life. Like, most NPCs, or a lot of NPCs, they have some form of AI behind them. And I don't feel like my games have gotten so much fucking better when it comes to the whole algorithm stuff behind it with NPCs and stuff like that. Like, it's not like I feel like I have a conversation with a full-blown intelligent person. That's one of the... Yeah, Apple was smart about that, yeah. That was a really good smart thing to do. Yeah, and it's just a predictable algorithm. Everything is a tool. You are a tool for your own life. Like, there's not much, like, you serve a purpose. You know, to keep yourself alive, you're using yourself as a tool. You're using your hands as a tool. You're using your skills as a tool to get money. I'm not too deep. This is like fucking pond level talking. Like, this is nothing. You want to go deep, we can talk about the lack of free will that we really don't have. Like, we don't have free will. That's a deep subject to talk about. Oh yeah, Adobe is... yeah. No. Not a philosopher. No, AI became popular because it came out. It was talked about that ChatGPT delivered a product people could relate to. And for a lot of people, that product looked like magic. That's why it's so up in our faces right now. It became accessible for the everyday folk, and it was like they were like, "Wow, this is like groundbreaking," without them knowing that they've dealt with AI their whole life, because they have unknowingly interacted with it or used it. Now they knowingly have used it, and having a language model speaking back to them, giving them information, it sounds like Star Trek, you know, or the future. But we had it for years. It's just like, make something relatable to the average person and you have a winner. Because then the average person wants more and more. And that's why we now have the whole AI being like, if you put AI into your fucking anything you do in a company, your stocks goes up like massively. Because people love, like the everyday person love everything with AI. Makes them feel like we are going into the future. The internet was like that back in the 90s, before the dot-com boom or burst. Like, you can almost correlate the internet bubble in the 90s with AI today. It's almost identical. I do like Manjaro. I do like Manjaro. Hey, Cody. No, Rust. Yeah, so Rust is the Linux of programming languages. Rust is not going to take over C, C++, at least not in the near future. It may do it in like 10, 20 years. But C and C++ have too big of a legacy. Too big of a legacy for it to be, you know. And there's a lot of inherent problems with Rust. And I made a video about the Cosmic Desktop. I had Rust. So not Rust. I have System 76 developers yelling at people in my comment section for weeks because we were criticizing the need for a desktop environment done in Rust. That's basically just a carbon copy of GNOME almost. It's just like the year of the Linux desktop. You know, every year, ever since I think it's like 2000, every year is next year is the year of the Linux desktop. Every new MMO is a WoW killer. You know, until it happens, I don't believe it. Yeah, Rust is the Linux of programming languages, yeah. Yeah, Pop OS. I had Pop OS developers yell and scream in my comment section because we were critical about needing a new desktop environment on Linux. And I plainly said that I feel the only reason why the System 76 people made Cosmic Desktop was because they wanted a desktop environment in Rust. There's no need for it. Work with the GNOME developers to make GNOME better instead of fragment the fucking ecosystem even more. And they got super mad. It is getting out of hand. Rust people are weird, okay? Rust people are the Linux people. Like, they are like Linux people. They are just as delusional like Linux people are, sadly enough. That's the... They are buying into it hook, line, and sinker, man. And that's never a good thing. Because people that do that... I just hope that all the money they spent on the Cosmic Desktop don't end up being a situation where they are betting the whole company on that being a success. Because if that's the thing, and if the Cosmic Desktop fail, we will probably not have System 76 anymore. Well, Linux people are like vegans, vegetarians. That's out of our control, Don. But it's sadly how it goes a lot of time. I can't count how many Linux distributions that I loved that is not around anymore because of decisions like that. They are focusing on something that people don't need, basically. But they think people need. I don't doubt that Cosmic is good. But we have so many desktop environments. Being good is not good enough. Being good is not good enough. You need to provide something no one else is, and you need to be super better than they are. Well, I can say so much. The people that were yelling and screaming at my viewers were not good people. And one of them is the ISO maker, and the other one is a Rust guy. They were really toxic in my comment section. So I hope, George. I hope. I hope. We have a lot of crappy desktop environments, yeah. The System 76 components are overpriced, or systems, they are overpriced, yeah. But they are also mostly focusing on the corporate world, and for that they are not overpriced. But for the consumer, they are. I think they cost the same as a MacBook Air or something like that. And I'd rather have a MacBook Air, to be honest. They have just better battery life. Better build quality. Better privacy protection. You know. I'm dying here. Well, if you talk gaming, I would probably go with System 76 because Linux is doing gaming better than Mac OS. Like, if gaming was the most important thing for you, of course I would go Linux over Mac OS. Oh, that's just a keyboard, right? Yeah, that's not even a computer. Yeah, but I think the video I made is a few years old, or was it? It was last year, I think I made that video. Welcome back, Lamer. You can look it up in my channel. It's the cosmic. I think it's the last one of the last videos I did about the cosmic desktop. Oh yeah, people need to be more tolerant. Exactly, yeah. I can definitely agree on that one. Damn, I want to play World of Warcraft now. I used to spend so many hours in World of Warcraft. Just do it. Yeah. Oh, StarCraft is good though, yeah. Yeah, George, you could be onto something. And what I love about WoW is when you start that game up, you can do whatever the fuck you want. You can hop on a mount, and you can just explore a landscape for a few hours. And probably see things you have not seen yet. Explore lore. Do old raids and dungeons just for the fun of it. Grind gear. Do the whole economy thing, you know. I remember when I played it all, it was like, oh my god, I haven't been, you know, in Northrend for like a year and a half. Like, I probably should go back and see what's going on. And you see other people, and it's almost like life, where you can play it like you want. Like, you can be a hardcore whatever, mythic raider, mythic dungeon runner, or you can just make a shit ton of money. Or you can just do it to chillax. I'm talking myself into play World of Warcraft now. Someone fucking kick my ass. One of the two people I used to game the most with are married today because of World of Warcraft. And been married for years. Yeah, Wilson, that's you're onto something there, yeah. It's become too easy to let other people and devices raise your kids nowadays. I need to download it and all that fucking shit done. And then there's different classes with oh god, man, you can. The girl that got married to that guy, she used to like she's been playing WoW more than I did, and for longer. She used to like, if you were just bored, we would just go on Discord or TeamSpeak or something like that, and she was just, oh, let's go over here, and she would tell me about the whole lore about like an old ruin or stuff like that. Then we would fly to another place, and oh, this is here, but this happened, and back in the day, this, and it was so fucking, oh, it was so nice. I miss those days, man. Get a few beers and stuff like that, and then she'd be like, yeah, this is why we have like the Horde is ruling this area, and blah 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 blah, and this is where the undead, this thing happened in the undead lore, and dude, it was so amazing. Yeah, too many people are being raised by the internet, yeah. That I can believe the Stardust. Yeah, I know I should not say this, but people have forgotten how to be tough nowadays. You know? A lot of people don't know what it feels like to be lost in the woods, for example, or climb trees and then fall down and fucking hit your balls on 5 fucking branches on your way down. Or almost get run over by a car because you were playing on the street and stuff like that. Falling and scraping your knees and banging your head into the floor. Like, people are too protected nowadays. And that's also why we have a lot of people in anxiety, because they are being pampered at home, they're being pampered in school, they're being pampered in university. And then when they get pushed out into real life, where there's real expectations, they don't know what the fuck to do. You know? Holy shit, I actually have to perform? Someone is better than me taking my job? I'm not a CEO within the first month? My mom and my job and my education told me I was a unique snowflake. I would get fucking anxiety just thinking about it right now. You know? Yeah, sticks and stones. Yeah, exactly. Like, there are people out there, like, I have fucking mental health issues. Like, there are people with proper fucking mental health issues. But a lot of people nowadays, they use it as an excuse for get away with their bad behavior. I can't count how many live streamers I've seen. That's why I hate live streaming, like watching live streamers. Because it's almost like if you go on to fucking Twitch, everyone has fucking autism or depression or anxiety. Like, okay, when did you get diagnosed? I took a test online. Yeah. If everyone everyone has some fucking disability if they take a test online. Everyone. You know. It's like, I hate this like self-diagnosis mentality that people have nowadays. And people faking anxiety attacks and stuff like that to get away with shit. They are undermining people that have real fucking anxiety and stuff like that. And they are ruining it for people that actually suffer from that shit. Because then when people really have a fucking anxiety attack, people be like, oh, it's one of those faking it. Because there's so many people faking it. I was diagnosed by a doctor. Yeah. Stupid doctors. I got a disability because I said so, yeah. Yeah, your friend don't know what they're talking about, George. That's not the case. Yeah, bad behavior is bad behavior, man. The fake ones nowadays have gotten really good at faking it, dude. The problem is the world, yeah. I was diagnosed as a Linux user, yeah. Oh, he said it as a joke. Okay, gotcha. Well, it's a good sympathy point, though. You know, if you say that, oh, I have a mental health illness, because it's been so, like, everyone is so on edge of oh, we have to take extra care of people's mental health. And we should take care of people's mental health, don't get me wrong. But people are overcorrecting so much that if you say, oh, I have a mental health problem, people are going to treat you so much nicer and let you get away with so much more things nowadays. Because, we have to be extra careful and stuff like that. And it's an easy thing to say. Just hyperventilate. Oh, I have an anxiety attack. Because that's how a lot of people act when they have anxiety attacks. They just hyperventilate. And then, I got away with this because I was having a quote-unquote panic attack. Yep, George, you're right. And the thing is, most people can't see the difference. You have to have experience with people that suffer from those things to see when people are faking it or not. And most people in their life, sadly, most people in their life that have experience with people with mental health issues are not really people with mental health issues. So they learn the wrong things to look for. So they start to not believe people that actually have legitimate issues. Yeah, borderline personalities, there's a lot of things going on. And variations, of course, of how people act. A fun thing that I have noticed is that most people that actually suffer from mental health issues won't tell you they suffer from mental health issues. Most people that don't want to tell you that they do. That's one of the things I've known, because most people that are dealing with mental health issues want to be normal so much that they are underplaying the struggles that they have in life. They underplay it. Because they want to be so normal so badly. Where people that just want to get away with shit and stuff like that, they are out there. It's still a stigma, but it's not because of the stigma. It's because we have been told all our life that there is normal and unnormal. And if you have a mental health issue, you are in the unnormal category. And we have all been taught from we come out of our mom's wombs that we should be in the normal category. So people that are in the unnormal category do everything they can to act or look like they are in the normal category. Where people that are in the normal category, they know they are in the normal category, so they don't give a fuck about pretending to be unnormal if it benefits them. But if people that are in the unnormal category show that they are unnormal, they're like, oh my god, do the world know how fucked up I really am? Do people want to talk to me now? Oh my god, I can never pretend to be normal anymore. So nobody wants to talk to me, I can't get any friends, and blah 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 blah. Critical thinking is going down the drain, yeah. Yeah. Personality traits, yeah, I will kind of agree a little bit with that one. Well, nobody is normal, but you get what I'm coming at here. Bob, that's like, unless they have to. So I had to say, like, I get work compensation because I have autism, so I kind of had to say it. Like, I don't work a full work week because I have autism. I can't. So they kind of know it because of that. But I didn't say it for the vast majority of my life. Because of stereotyping and stuff like that. But then I just got too sick that I had to tell. And I had to get help, basically. And you can't get help and then hide. You know, it's like, something is wrong with me, you need help, but I'm normal. I'm totally normal. I'm not running off the walls. I'm not painting the Van Gogh with my feces. I didn't do that, by the way, but, you know. But at some point, or some people, they get so sick that they can't hide it anymore, and then they have to say what the fuck is wrong. But yeah, most people go their whole life hiding their struggles, because, and men, women, all over the place. Oh, that's not fun. That's definitely backwards. Yeah, that's not a nice thing to do, dude. Lamer, you don't have to tell people that you're weird. We already know that. It's like, you can't hide, buddy. It's out there. It's out there, dude. You busted. You are busted. I don't know. Stable and no nonsense. Luckily enough, I have a good no nonsense meter. I don't do, like, I don't give a fuck. Like, for the most part, let me put it another way. I only give a fuck when I'm dealing with people I care about, and I care about their opinion. But I don't give a fuck about what the cashier thinks of me, or what the internet thinks of me. I care about what Cody and Laura thinks of me, because I've known them for a long time. You know. I care about what Becky thinks of me. I care about what, you know, people I talk to a lot. I care about what they think of me. So I would maybe hide some things for them, or act, you know, and give more fucks. But for the rest, I don't give a fuck. Hate me, I don't give a fuck. Yell at me, I don't give a fuck. I would just make a video where I over-animate it for the entertainment factor and to draw in the money that I don't make. But hopefully I will someday. I really don't give a fuck. I have had people, like, this is how little I give a fuck. There are people that have yelled and screamed at me to a boss because they didn't like me. And we had to work on a project, and I worked with them for a month with no problem. I was just like, I know you don't like me. I don't particularly like you. But let's just do work. So we only talk about work, we only do work, and it worked perfectly fine. I can work with people I hate. You know, I have no problem with that. Because I don't give a fuck about them. And I've done it a lot. Like, let's get this work done. We can talk work and we can get frustrated, but let's just get this shit done. I don't care enough about them that it bothers me that they don't like me. Yeah, Cody's he's the cult, yeah. Yeah, he's the cult lead on Discord, yeah. He used to make videos. I'm sure Cody used to have a few videos on YouTube. Hey, welcome back, Max. Good old World of Warcraft. You can have them on Windows, yeah. I've worked for a boss for almost a year that hated me. Wait, I worked for... I worked in a company for 4 years where almost everyone hated me. Like, they bullied the living shit out of me. But I was there to get an education, and I didn't give a fuck about how they treated me. Yeah, cult leaders are always hypocrites, yeah. Oh, how was FreeBSD as a desktop? I actually prefer FreeBSD over Linux. Because it's more coherent. There's not so much fragmentation. But it just lacked the support that Linux have. If you want to if you want to get the feeling of Linux in the 2010s, early 2010, run FreeBSD today. Run FreeBSD today. Yeah, so I did Dragonfly BSD, I did OpenBSD, but mostly FreeBSD I messed around with. And then I used a system called PCBSD. NetBSD, I think I installed once and uninstalled it. But yeah, I actually used PCBSD. I can't remember what it got renamed for now. Yeah, FreeBSD lacks support. That's like, if FreeBSD has gotten the Linux support, that would have been a better world. I think everyone would have been better off if FreeBSD was the new Linux, or was what Linux is today. Are you giving the PS5 your anus, Lamer? Do you need to tell us something? Are you looping up your PlayStation controller and inserting it into a rectum? OpenBSD have 0% of the market share. Or FreeBSD, I think it has 0.01% or something like that. Yeah, Bob, that's what I've heard. And they also use FreeBSD for, I think it's like file management and stuff like that. Like file servers and whatnot. Yeah, ZFS, yeah. Lemar loop, yeah. Yeah, and they use Debian, yeah. They also use Windows and Mac OS. The community is not toxic, right? Like, the FreeBSD community is a little bit out there, but not as much as Linux. That was Lamer, Don. That was Lamer. Yeah, Scientific Linux was a real fork, yeah. That happened for submarines. I think you're thinking about submarines. I think everyone is using Linux for supercomputers. Remember back in the day when, was it the G5 Mac Pro or something like that? Or G4, where university was buying them to make supercluster computers out of? Because it was cheaper than building your own supercomputer. I'm just looking at my Discord for a minute here. Yeah, Die Hard Linux users are bad for the purpose, yeah. God damn it, why can't I like this post? There you go. Damn, a lot of what's happening. Arc only license. Oh! PowerShell is amazing, man. Yeah, the PowerShell. Just wait until you start to make scripts. Just wait until you start to make scripts. I actually have scripts that I use in PowerShell to auto go into a dictionary, enable a virtual Python virtual environment and start the program. Oh, Asmongold is streaming. Oh yeah, CERN use Linux also, yeah. Yeah, scripting is weird, man. It has a weird syntax. Oh, Beowulf clusters. Oh god. I used to drool over those, man. Oh. Now, now everything is hosted, you know, off-site almost. You know, it's in the cloud. Yeah, commandlets are easy to read, yeah. And then you go into the whole plugin system for it also. One thing, this is sounding really weird, but macOS kind of kindled my Tinker thing again, because I'm looking up like Mac internals and stuff you can do with macOS in the back end via the command line, and it's like going back to the good old Linux days. But it's like Linux done with a fucking IQ and a brain, more or less. You want to know the memory pressure? It's memory underscore pressure. You know, it's just like no fucking weird ass abbreviations and stuff like that. Like if you're an IT guy and you are doing administration on servers and computers and stuff like that, at least on servers, you should learn PowerShell. Like if you're a server admin and stuff, yeah. So SSH is almost almost, I would say 98% compatible with Bash. There are a few little things you have to fuck around with. Yeah, but that's going to be on the other channel. I may make a video about PowerShell on the other channel. Or if you mean the Mac OS thing, I may do that on the other channel also. Well, the video series that I'm recording right now is building a system information program in Python using Mac OS command line commands. Yeah. Mac had to go to SSH because of the GPL in Bash. Think about that. Mac had to go away from Bash because of the GPL. So they did SSH. Yeah, but like when I start to upload the series that I'm doing right now, everything that Python does is basically just presenting Mac OS terminal commands in a window for you. Yeah, they also moved away from GCC, yeah. Mac is at a basic development machine. Yep, for real, Max. No, they're using ZSH. There is not a lot of difference between Bash and SSH. Yeah, events. You're right. Oh, this is from an old raid. Yeah, you can install SSH on your Linux machine, yeah. No, I can't remember. There was a distribution of Linux that moved to Fish, but I can't remember which one it is. Oh, SSH. Oh, no. ZSH. I probably did set SSH. I'm getting tired. Been speaking for a long time. Yeah, I probably did set SSH. Yeah, I probably did that, yeah. No, I more than likely said SSH. What I do, George, what I do like to do, I do like watching those old, like, retro Mac computer restorations and look at Macintosh from the 90s and 80s. There's so much history about Macintoshes, you know. PCs are boring. Yes, they are technically more advanced and stuff, but they're boring. Oh yeah, I do. On Google, I know. There's a lot of alternatives to WinRAR on Mac. I even think Mac OS just unzipped them by default. Yeah, Max, go to college, man. You can get auto-completion in ZSH, yeah. You can get that. Yeah, Wilson, go to bed, man. You probably have work tomorrow. You should be sleeping for like 2 hours ago. I do use a lot of autocompletion for PowerShell. I actually use PowerShell quite a lot of work, to be honest. Oh yeah, Amiga. Oh god, man. I miss Amiga. And that is one thing Linux lack. Linux has been around for a long time. But Linux don't have the legacy that Amiga had. That's been a long... Like, Amiga and Commodore was like for a decade or something like that, if I'm not mistaken. 15 years or something like that, that Commodore and Amiga was a thing. And we are talking about them today. Nobody really gives a fuck about Linux, to be honest. Other than a select few people. Amiga and Commodore probably had a bigger desktop market share than Linux have today. And it's because Linux is... Well, mostly Linux is for the back end of the universe. You know, servers, supercomputers, IoT devices and stuff like that. That's great. But that don't produce... You know, you are not going to talk about a Linux distribution like you're talking about the original Macintosh. Or, you know... a Mac clone from the 90s, or like the iMac, the first iMac, you know, the big fucking CIT with the see-through, you know, plastic with all these crazy 90s colors and stuff like that. Nobody's talking about Linux like that. People are talking about Windows like that, you know, Windows 95 and Windows XP, you know, that revolutionized the whole fucking computing world almost. Nobody's really talking about Linux like that. Yeah, I haven't installed I don't think I've installed the latest version of High Ground. I do know they just got an update. Linux don't have the personality, no. But the problem with Linux is, if you look about all of the things that we look back in here, even Solaris, you know, Sun Microsystem, that was one of the biggest Unix companies on Earth. What they had was direction. They had a purpose, and there were not 10,000 different versions of it. And that is what's, again, Linux is not special because there's so many different distributions and different, you know, there is no coherent like direction of the Linux desktop. It's like thousands of weird people, companies mixed together that are trying to make it into a desktop OS. The only thing we look back, like when we think about Linux in the 90s and early 2000s, we are thinking, oh, that distribution was a neat distribution. And that's it. That's what we're thinking back on. We're not thinking back on like, oh my god, this changed computing forever, or this was a unique design of hardware or software, or this made the impossible possible. It was just like, yeah, we could use Windows and Linux. You know, some had Mac OS. It's because Linux is so all over the place that the small little unique things like Mandrake, people look back at Mandrake Linux. Why? Because it was one of the first user-friendly Linux distributions out there. And they did it really, really well. But there's no iMac for Linux. There's no Windows 95 for Linux. You know, there's no Windows XP for Linux. There's just this distribution and this distribution and this distribution and that package manager and this universal package format, and that's all there is. It's one of those things that is always there, lurking in the background, but nobody really cares about or notice. It's like that dependable friend that's always there to help you move a furniture, or if you need to go out one day, he will be tagging along, but he don't speak much, you don't see him that much, he don't contribute that much, but you will notice it if he was not there. But that's the it's not like you have like, oh, this memory about him, getting drunk off the fucking floor and fucking all the squirrels outside in the tree or something like that. You don't have those memories with him. And that's because Linux lacked that drive. Windows or Microsoft, they were trying to change the world. Mandrake was trying to change the world. SUSE was trying to change the world. That's why we remember them. Apple, for fuck's sake, is one of the most world-changing companies on earth. It's like a unique unicorn. All Linux have is a license and an idea. And nobody gives about licenses, and nobody gives a fuck about ideas. Microsoft's mission was clear. What they want a unified computing experience. And they did some shady fucking shit, of course they did. Steve Jobs wanted, quality, design, ecosystem, futuristic stuff, That was his mission. That is Apple's mission. This is one of the things I hate about Apple, is that when I'm not using Apple products, I feel like I'm getting like 50 years back in technology. The way that my fucking Apple Watch is communicating with my phone and my Mac Mini and my laptop, that is something we all thought we would have in like the year 2000. I can unlock everything from my watch. I can use, Apple Pay, and what I do on my on my Mac Mini or MacBook Air is automatically transferred over to my Mac Mini, and the way that everything is done seamlessly behind the scenes and talking to all of that fucking everything is one kind of thing. Is something we talked about as kids. Oh, that would be the future. And that's what they give you. Yeah, idiots are my complexity and genius. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Actually, I don't think it was Terry Davis that said that. I think he stole that from someone else. Because I think it was like a Greek philosopher that said it the first time or something like that. Yeah, Apple is pushing the envelope. They like, had Apple not done the M1, we would not have fucking Windows snap-tracking machine today. Canonical don't do anything groundbreaking. They did snap packages, but flat packages was already a thing or in the works, and app images I think was out before snap packages, and people talked about Universal Package Manager for Linux for a long time. Canonical has not really done anything groundbreaking. No Linux distribution today have done anything groundbreaking. None. Snapdragon is the CPU that is used in Windows ARM laptops done. They're called Snapdragon XF or something like that. Yeah, they succeed to saturation point, yeah. Yeah, they're called Snapdragon X, or so, I can't fucking remember what they're called, but it's Qualcomm that makes Snapdragon. They also make the CPUs for the laptops. But we would not have them without the M1. Charisma stats and actually, understanding what people want. Like, he understood quality over quantity. No, Ubuntu was by far, like, the first user-friendly distributions, I can't remember which one come first, but it's either SUSE or Mandrake. It's one of those. Like that had the tools and did all this. Ubuntu just refined it. Ubuntu made it more user-friendly. Ubuntu made it more mainstream accessible. Just like iPhone was not the first smartphone, but Steve Jobs and Apple understood how to make it into a sellable, understandable product for the masses. Yeah, but Debian was not a user-friendly distribution. Debian was definitely not a user-friendly distribution. It was hard to install and set up and stuff like that. Yeah, they want something, they get it, they complain, exactly. Yeah, Mandrake and SUSE was definitely user-friendly before Ubuntu. Yeah, most Linux users complain about the desktop, yeah. Yeah, but Proton is not... It's nothing new, it's nothing game-breaking, it's nothing. Proton didn't change the universe, it didn't change the computing world. Exactly, Stardust, yeah. Proton only matters to gamers. Yeah, SUSE had like one of the easiest installers and stuff like that. But I can't remember if SUSE was the first one or Mandrake, but those two was regarded as the user-friendly distributions back in the day. Arch and Gentoo are not hard to install. It didn't change gaming on Linux because there's nobody games on Linux. Like, nobody really games on desktop Linux. And you forget that before Proton, we just used Wine to game on Linux. You know. The Steam Deck and Proton has done nothing. Well, probably a little bit, but almost nothing for the Linux desktop. Like when we're talking user base. Yep. God damn it. Oh, Wine was weird, yeah. Oh, yeah, Linus is a kernel guy. He don't give a fuck about most other things, no. Proton, I don't know how I can explain this in a clear way, but Proton is NOS for cars. It's like NOS for cars. It matters a lot for really, 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 really small group of people. So basically pointless, meaningless. It don't have mass appeal. That's it. Like I said, iPhone was not the first smartphone, but it was the first smartphone that got mass appeal. That's why it's the most important. Apple didn't invent the fucking mouse, but they invented the first mass appeal mouse. That's why it's important. Windows 95 was definitely not the first graphical environment, but it was the first mass appeal graphical environment that set the standard for how people are doing user environments for desktops to this day. The reason why XFCE, KDE, GNOME, well, not GNOME, but XFCE, KDE, Cinnamon, Mate, the reason why they are function the way they do today is because of Windows 95. That is how important Windows 95 was. They set their standard for desktop UI forever. That's the paradigm we are using to this day. They were not the first that did UI. Mac did it before them, Xerox before them, Amiga had a UI, you know, OS2, BOS, had their take on it. We had like CDE. We have like all of these things. Windows 95, like Windows 95 was such a big deal. It was a bigger deal. It was such a bigger deal than the original iPhone was. I don't think there's anything today that can compare to how groundbreaking 95 was for the world. It's like the computing world is like before 95 and after 95. That was how big it was. Just like the iPhone for mobile phones. There was before the iPhone and after the iPhone. That was how groundbreaking Windows 95 was for the world. There is nothing in Linux where we can sit down and say, there was this before Linux, this thing happened in Linux, and after. That just changed the whole world forever. That nothing like that have happened for the consumerism or the consumer aspect of Linux. Not even on the server market. There were Unix, then Linux took over. We still have Unix, but Linux is still somewhat 50% of the overall server market. Little under 50%. It has the majority in web hosting, but loses out in user management to Windows, and losing out to storage management to other places. It may win in virtualization. But if Linux, here's the thing, if Linux went away tomorrow, it would be inconvenient. But the world would not stop. The world would basically not fucking give a fuck. Because then FreeBSD will probably take over. And within like 2 or 3 years, it will be to where Linux is today. Both on the desktop and in the server market, and for, what is it called, supercomputers. Because a lot of the things you do on Linux, you can do on FreeBSD. FreeBSD had like a Linux emulator. So if Linux went away tomorrow, the Linux kernel went away tomorrow, the Linux ecosystem went away tomorrow, with almost no effort, FreeBSD will take that over. If Windows goes away tomorrow, or Mac or Apple goes away tomorrow, we are fucked. Like, the world is fucked. There's no viable replacement for any of those. That is being a titan in the industry. That's being importance in the industry. And Linux don't have that. And that's also why Linux don't have a rich history. Because every Linux distribution is just a little bit easier, more fancier version of the next one. That's all it is. It's just like a little bit better than last time. A little bit more optimized than the last time. A little bit more compatibility than the last time. Most people, like, if I told you Ubuntu 14.04, how was that distribution? Ubuntu 04, 20.04, how was that distribution? Ubuntu 10.04, how was that distribution? Ubuntu 19.04, how was that distribution? Arch Linux 10 years ago, Arch Linux 20 years ago. Debian 10 years ago, Debian 5 years ago. There's no like, oh my god, that changed everything. It's just like, it all just becomes mushed into the same shit, basically. It just becomes the same. It's the thing, like, if you ask a customer what they want, let's take a gaming console. If you ask a customer, they say, okay, I want a better, faster, and cheaper version of what I already have. That's what customers really want. Like, if you ask them, they want a faster, better, cheaper PS5. And that is why every so few years or so, was it 5 or 7 years, we get a new generation of consoles. And they are always different than the last generation. Technically, they could just make PlayStation 5.5, 5.6, 5.7, and people will still buy them and be happy. But then someone do something different. Then Xbox is like, we have now holographic dildos coming out of the top. Now everyone's buying that one. Like, people are competing on features and stuff like that. What can we do that the competitors is not doing? And that drives innovation. Linux has not innovated at all in the last 15-ish years or something like that. Apple and Windows keep innovating all the time. PlayStation, Xbox, they innovate. They try to innovate every time there's a new generation. They try to do something new and different. So you remember PlayStation 4, you remember PlayStation 3, you remember the original Xbox and PlayStation. I honestly can't tell you, like, of all the distributions I've used over the years, and it's hundreds of distributions, there are really few that stand out, and it's not because they did something weird or different. It was because, oh, this was the first one that I used for a long period of time, or this is the one I've used the longest, or this is the one I always came back to, or this is the one that only worked with my laptop at that point, or something like that. Linux is not competing on features anymore. They used to do it a little bit in the 2000s, but they don't anymore. Windows, like, hate recall. Recall is stupid, okay? It's I hate recall. It should not be a thing. But they are trying something. They are trying to do something new. Linux used to have, spinning cubes as a desktop. That was fucking innovating and new. Linux was the first one that had multiple virtual desktops. That was innovating and new. Universal package formats, containerized package formats was a thing already in the 90s. Yeah, Combit or what it's called. Yeah, exactly. Was also innovating and new. Snap packages and flat packages and app images, that technology already existed in the 90s. BSD used, like, go read up about BSD, what's it called, HPK or something like that. It's basically a snap package. That was invented in the 90s. It's basically a snap package that's flat package. App images. Apple did that in 2001 or something like that. Linux has not innovating. And that's really what people want. They want a better version of what they want, but they also want something innovated. They want something that pushes the future onto them. Like ChatGPT did, Yeah, well, that could be yeah, probably that, yeah. And that is why we don't remember Linux. Like, you can't sit, like, there's no year where we're like, oh my god, that was like, so much shit happened with Linux that year. Like, Proton could be close to it, but it has not had the impact we thought it would. At all. Oh, don't get me wrong. Microsoft, they are wasting money. Okay? On bullshit things. Like the whole recall thing. They knew Apple was coming out with Apple Intelligence, and they need something like that. Copilot was not doing it. They need some other feature they could, they could come out with. And recall was it. And then they were like, oh, this is actually a security concern. Let's try and fix that. But at least they tried, Beehive, and that's not innovation either. No. Those things still been around. Jails, containerizing, Beehive. It's just a newer, better version of existing technologies, or like things that are like that. There was nothing like recall before Microsoft announced recall. Clippy, that's the thing I was thinking about. Clippy. Yeah, Microsoft has kind of after the dude Adele, what is his name, took over, they just lost the market on innovation. So Microsoft are trying to innovate, but every time they try to innovate, they're betting on wrong things. Like Microsoft used to be better at finding the right things to innovate on. Yeah, free Clippy. Yeah, but after Adele, what his name is, took over, it's been really difficult for Microsoft to innovate. But it's also a little bit. This is the sad reality, people. We soon are going to a funeral because the desktop is dying, the laptop is dying. It's on a rapid decline, and Apple have seen that future, and Microsoft is just trying to keep Windows alive long enough. Because Microsoft's cash cow is not Windows. It's everything else. They could give Windows away for free like Apple give Mac OS away for free, and they will probably not notice much to it in their financial sector. No, mobiles and tablets are the future. And they can replace desktops. They already are. They already are. So laptops are the last ones to go. But the desktop is almost dead now. It's close to it. Like the big box with lots of coolers and, you know, fans all over the place and all that shit. It's the first thing to go. It's big, it's resource hungry. Consoles is good enough for 99% of gamers. I know it's sad, but it just, for what it is, even if you get like an ARM processor in there, for what it is, nobody wants a big, heavy, expensive. It's Lego for adults, let's be honest. But nobody wants a big, massive, hot, expensive machine on that table if a tablet or phone or laptop can do exactly the same. Text as space, etc, etc, etc. It's the first one that's going to go. Then it's going to be laptops, because look at Android tablets, look at fucking iPads. They have keyboards that says like they can do. They are basically fucking laptops nowadays. We just need the software to catch up. That's it. Your workloads can be done on a laptop or on a tablet with dongles when the software is catching up. I'm thinking about parting it out. Oh, your desktop, sorry, okay. All of that, like gaming on, here's the thing. Most people are not going to be gaming on ARM. They're going to be gaming on consoles. Handhelds, like the Steam Deck, like, what is it called? The Switch, or PlayStation and Xbox. That's the future of gaming. x86 is out of it. It's gone. The future for gaming are consoles and handhelds. That's what people want. The market says that. There's nothing that's exploding more right now than handheld gaming and console gaming. But mostly handheld gaming. That's what people want. As much as we try to make excuses, I remember when every fucking house I went into, everyone had a desktop somewhere. Every house had a desktop. Now, every house has a fucking gaming console. And they have a mobile phone. And they have a laptop. You rarely see someone with a big fucking plaque case sitting around. It's super rare. But it used to be the norm. But the big computer is going away. Going away. Nobody wants it anymore. Too expensive, too big. And you know, the quality of the games we get on consoles nowadays is not bad. It's not the best, but it's not bad. It's serviceable, it's doable, and sometimes even fucking amazing. So for gaming, consoles and handhelds are the way, man. Yeah, retro computers, yeah. Yeah, I can see that, yeah. Then there's laptops. Laptops is probably the ones that are taking the longest to get away from. Yeah, even Intel's going away from desktops, yeah. Because laptop still gives, you know, somewhat of a good use, but the day that the software for Android tablets and iOS tablets is caught up with laptops, why do you want a laptop? Lots of IOs. Have you ever looked at a Thunderbolt dock? It has more IOs than your computer have. And it has the bandwidth. So here's the thing. The bandwidth for USB devices or Thunderbolt devices or connections are only going up. It's only going up. So, well, a Thunderbolt station or dock is basically just, if you look at the back end of your computer, all that's there is just in a box you connect with one cable to your laptop or your tablet. And it has the bandwidth to deal with 99% of the same throughput. Like the Thunderbolt 4 is a 40 gigabytes per second. That's how much it can handle. I think like a 1080p screen text, is it under 1 gigabyte? So what is going to be going on is that you come home from work, you put your phone or your tablet into a docking station, and it has all the it has your screens connected, your peripherals connected, and it's basically presenting you with like a desktop, you know, and you're going to do whatever you want to go and do. My friends have seen a PC tower, but they don't have them anymore. They migrated. All my friends and everyone I know, 99% of the people that I talk to have migrated from PCs towers to laptops and tablets. And if they're gamers, they are migrated over to consoles because it's so expensive nowadays with graphic cards. But yeah, like I said, you come home from work, you plug in either your tablet, your phone, or whatever it is, to a docking station, and you're basically using it like a tower. You have all the same shit. You can even have like an external graphic card if you want to. If you really, really want to push that. And then you go to work, you take it out of the dongle. It will probably be a tablet. You take that out of the dongle because of the screen. You plug it into your case that has a keyboard on it with a trackpad, and you use it like you would use a laptop. Like, here's how, like, my Mac Mini right now. My Mac Mini, I have right here, M1 Mac Mini. The internals of that is a tablet. It's a tablet. It's just a beefed up tablet with more connections. And a bigger die. But it's a tablet. The M1 chipsets is basically just a little bit more advanced A chip that are put into Apple's phones and tablets. Well, M1 and M2s are already in their tablets. The only difference is how much RAM you put on the motherboard and how many connections you put on the motherboard. So my Mac Mini M1 is the same internals, almost identical same internals as a Mac iPad M1 when that was around. It's just what case you put it in. With my Mac Mini, I get a screen and a keyboard and a trackpad. But other than that, they are almost identical. That is going to happen with computing, with maybe not x86, but ARM. It's just how it's the same internals, more or less. It's just what case or what form factor do you put them in? A phone? Do you put them in a tablet? That's it. And I can connect, Thunderbolt devices, dongles, and then I can put extra screens on it, and I can game on it if I want to. I can video edit. But everyone that using our Apple M chipset, they are basically using a tablet. It's just a tablet put into a Mac Mini, or a tablet putting into an iMac, or a tablet putting into a laptop. But there is not much different between what's going on there than there are on a tablet. There was a prototype for the M series chipsets that was the same chipset and motherboards called I can't remember what A chipset they used, but it was just taken out from a a tablet. So the future's already here, people. What I'm saying is not something, that is being dreamed up by some idiot somewhere while they were high on mushrooms. It's already here. We just don't look at an Apple MacBook Pro or an Apple Mac Mini or an Apple iMac as a tablet, because there's no touch screens on them, and it's not a detachable screen. But the internals is a tablet. It just has more connections. It just has a. If you go up to the MacBook Pros, it just have a HDMI connection port to it. But all of that shit, the M2 chip right now on your iPad, whatever, has the same capabilities. It's just not wired into the motherboard. So it's not that far-fetched to think that's the future, because we're already here. Apple is already here. They are already conditioning us to think like that. I can't remember, was it last year they made the whole... iPad Pro with a keyboard is the new laptop. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, find any MacBook that has the same M-series chip in them. They are basically identical in the back end. The only difference is how many connections the MacBook Pro has. Or the Mac Mini Air has. Or the Mac Mini, for that matter. Because they can cool it better, because they can put a physical fan on it, so they can maybe also overclock it a little bit better, so the speed will be a little bit better. But other than that, the fundamental technology is the same. It's the same chip. It's the same design. All they are doing is expanding on it. It's a little bit like Lego again. You're putting, you're having a foundation of a house, and you're putting an extra wing on it. You're putting an extra cellar on it. You're putting an extra floor on it, and then calling it a mansion. Well, your iPad Pro pre-M1 was probably the birth chip for the M1, so it could be like the difference between your chip in your iPad Pro and an M1 is probably more alike than they are different. I would not be surprised, because the M series is based on the top of the line A series chipset they had at that time. So Mac OS and iPad OS are blurring the lines so fast. It won't be long, in my opinion, before they are merged into being the same thing, more or less. And I honestly suspect that that's Apple's idea to begin with. They want to get away from iMacs, they want to get away from Mac Minis, they want to get away from laptops. It's phones and tablets all the fucking way. And that is where the IT industry is heading for consumers. Why would you not have the same power, more portable? And with your, like, I could go to you, George, with my tablet, plug into your dongle, and I would have my environment there. Or I could check my phone and plug it into your dongle, and I would have my home environment there. Who don't want that? No, but that's a software limitation. That's a software limitation, and it will come. It will, trust me, it will come. They are trying, but the limitations with making iPads or tablets into laptops is all software related now, because the hardware is there. But what the M series chipset showed us is that the hardware is ready. We just need the software. Because if you're editing on an M1 on your MacBook Air, you might as well be editing on your M1 or M2 or M3 or whatever it is iPad. It's, like I said, it's the same CPU and RAM and everything. It's just the software that needs to be made for it. It needs to get there. It needs to... The problem is that your tablet is probably like a 10-inch tablet or something like that. They just need to figure that one, how to do that on a 10-inch. Or they may even say, hey, you can't use our editing software unless you're plugging it into an external screen. The iPad Pro do drive an external screen, yes. So that could be a requirement for some software, is that the screens are too small for it to make sense as an editor, video editor, unless you're doing little minute things. So therefore, you have to have an external screen. There are YouTube channels right now. Is it Chris Farley or something like that? I can't remember his name. But there's YouTube channels right now where they live 99% of their life on tablets. Like, they do most of their work on tablets. Risk ARM, yeah. But as much as we all want to say, oh, this can all be done on a computer, no. Because the computing, the computing device, the big fucking case I have right now with liquid cooling and everything, it's just a calculator. It's just calculating shit. That can be done on any platform and format that can handle that computation. It's not unique to a desktop to do what a desktop is doing. It just happens to be the most powerful at the moment. But ARM is getting really close to it and beating it in some instances. So then we have the form factor, meaning tablets and stuff like that. The most important thing with a desktop computer, besides its computing power, is how you interact with it. So the screen size and the peripherals. You're using a mouse right now with your iPad, so that's not an issue. You can probably plug in a USB keyboard to it also and use that, or Bluetooth. So, and we can use controllers. People are using Xbox controllers on iPads and tablets all the time. So input devices are no problem. Headphones, all no problem. Sorry, I hit the microphone there. The biggest issue is the screen real estate. And that's where people, when people say, oh, I can't do this on a tablet, what they really mean is the screen real estate is not big enough for me to do video editing or to do this or do that. And that's either they need to find a design that works, or they have to say, well, this requires an external monitor. Which, I don't know about all tablets, iPads do that, but at least the Pro Series does. And most Android tablets, that's like the last 5 or 6 years, or a little bit more, all of them support external displays. It's built into Android. So when you really are saying is that I can't do this on a tablet, is the screen real estate is not there. And yes, of course, gaming, or if you're doing LLMs and stuff like that, hey, Retro Intel, there are, of course, really, 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 really unique cases for why you can't do stuff, on a tablet. But they are really, really, really unique cases. Like programming is still a little bit iffy-diffy on tablets because the software is not there yet. And they have to use basically an external screen. Yeah, that's because that chipset was not built to support that. I think the M1 Max, I think it's only meant to support 2 screens or 1 screen. I know the Mac Mini that I have, the M1 base Mac Mini, only supports 1 screen. Maybe the Pro supports 2. A tablet is not useless. 2 including internal, so you can so basically you can put 1 external display on it, yeah. And yeah, that's a limitation of the chipset. The M2 can have 2 external displays, so that would be 3 with the internal. And I think the M4 can have 3s now, or the M3 and M4 can have 3 external displays. But that is a design limitation, That's a design limitation. That's powerful hardware is pointless, yeah. If you're saying a tablet is useless to you, that's not the conversation that we're having. What are you doing that a tablet can't do? What are you doing a tablet can't do? What are you doing a tablet can't do? Refurbish is a good thing. It's good for the environment and yeah. If like my Mac Mini, or not Mac Mini, MacBook Air is a refurb also. I got actually a really good deal on it. That's... What are you doing? Give me an example. Because a lot, I need a real PC. That's not an example. Yeah, a lot of people use tablets for... should I switch to Linux? If you want to. EMTs are using tablets now when they're out helping people. It's fun to see. Mechanics using tablets to have, diagrams and stuff like that. Yeah, a lot of people use tablets to have, like, in the kitchen, on the crab bar. I used to use my tablet a lot, but after I got the Mac Mini, MacBook Air, sorry, I don't use it a lot anymore. Because I got like the 13-inch, the 13.3, and that's close enough or small enough that I can have it in bed. You play games. What games are you playing? Like, there are games you can't play on a tablet. But what games are you playing? Because most AAA games can be played on a tablet. They just have not ported them over yet. Warzone can be played on a tablet. World of Warcraft can be played on a tablet because I'm playing World of War, or have played World of Warcraft on my Apple. That's a tablet computer. This is like no. This is because you have no good arguments. What did I talk about earlier in this stream? When people don't have any good arguments, they cop out. War Thunder can be played on a tablet. You want your PC so bad that you won't recognize the thing happening in front of you. Just like any other Linux person, to be honest. It is. You're telling me you need it. I'm like, you don't. It's not. I am giving you reality. If you're playing World of Warcraft, let's just take that as an example. That can be played on a tablet because World of Warcraft is being played on an Apple M1 chipset right now that has the same spec as an Apple M1 tablet. Has it been ported to a tablet yet? No. It's not been supported by iOS. But if iOS could run macOS, you could play it. The hardware was there. And that's what you're telling me. You're telling me the compute power is not there. And I'm said, yes, it is. What are those games? Tell me the games. What are the games? You are going in circles here. But you have to remember, we're not talking about the software not being ready. You are saying to me that it don't have the compute power. Tell me what game it is, and I can tell you if that could run on a tablet if the software was ported to it. Like, if you're playing Cyberpunk, I would probably say no. That could probably not be played on or at least not comfortably be played on tablet hardware. Because it can, Last Epoch, it could probably be played on, yeah, that could probably be played on a tablet, yeah. Because it has, when I look at the I play Last Epoch on my Windows machine. And my Mac Mini M1 could probably play that in 1080p 60 on medium settings. If not higher. Like, we are talking compute power here. What is the requirement of a Last Epoch? So the minimum requirements are an R5 2500. The M1 beats that compute power by far. 8 gig of RAM, you get a 16 gig system, you can do that. 1060, maybe you need the M1 or the M2 Pro to do that. And this is probably 1080p 60, I guess, or something like that. Let's go up here. Again, chipset-wise, the M1 or the M2, 3, or 4 can compete with these. You can definitely get the RAM. Yeah, these graphic cards are probably a little bit better than that, but you play high frame rate. What is high frame rate? What is high frame rate? 144, 244, 3000. What about 4K? If you want to use upscaling, you could probably, it would probably not look good, but you can play it. You can play it. Upscaling. So you are using upscaling. And you use variable refresh rate. Yeah. It's not going to look as good, but the computing power is there. No, I'm not dreaming. Because you lack a really, really, really simple concept about computing here. Just because the software is not ready don't mean the hardware is not ready. And also, can you play right now 4K 240 digs per second without upscaling on an Intel system with like a 490? Yes. Can a tablet compete with a 490? No. That's not what we are talking about. We are talking about, can you play the game to a satisfaction degree? You don't need to play Last Epochs with 244 digs flying around your head. You can play Last Epoch with upscaling on a... You also have to remember, do you know what PPI is? Pixel per inch. Because if you're playing it on a tablet and you're playing it in a... That's what Proton is doing with the Steam Deck, by the way. So you need a lower resolution to get a good quality output on a lower screen. So you could probably play Last Epoch on a 10-inch 10-inch tablet with, let's say, 60 to 100 frames per second. That will look good. Yeah, M1 plays World of Warcraft almost maxed out all native resolution. Exactly. That same N1 chipset is in a tablet. So if that M1 chip can do that in a Mac Mini, it can also do it on a tablet. That is when we are talking compute power. What you are talking about is the screen resolution. You're talking about the screen being the limitation. So, if you took the tablet and plugged it into a 4K monitor, you could get close to what you're doing right now. And not only are you using upscaling, you're also using variable refresh rate. So you could be going from anywhere from 15 to 240. No, I don't want you to do anything. You said you needed a PC. You don't. Do you need 200 FPS to play Last Epoch? No, you don't. Do you need 4K to play Last Epoch? No, you don't. Is it nice to have? Yes. But you don't need it. What are you doing at work then? What are you doing at work? Again, we are talking compute power. We are not talking about screen resolution or software. Only compute power. What are you doing for work? I actually need to play some more Last Epoch. I haven't played it in a while. This is not going nowhere because you are getting out-debated. What are you doing for work? You wanted this. You started this. Let's finish it. What are you doing for work? This is like talking to a fucking Linux user all over again. I am not delusional. There is a massive fucking difference between can you do it and versus this is what I want. Can you live in a one-room apartment for the rest of your life? Yes. Do you want to do that? Probably not. Especially if you have family members with you. You are confusing wants and needs with can and can't. You are looking at it like because I like HDR, I cannot live without HDR. And I'm saying you can. You are saying tablets are not powerful enough to replace a computer. I'm like, yes it is. You may not get the same frame rate, you may not get the same quality, but you can do the same stuff and you'll probably be just as happy. There's a difference between wants and desire versus can and can't. Do you want to fuck a model? Probably yes. Are you going to do it? Probably not. So that means you're not going to fuck anyone on Earth because you can't get a model? Like, I love this shit because it showcases the limitations of people's thought patterns. I call it the onion. Most people, they look at one layer. I'm here in this layer, or this ring. This is all I'm thinking. I'm not thinking about ring 2, ring 3, ring 4. And this is where people are stuck. They're stuck in like, I like HDR, so therefore I cannot live without HDR. Yes, you can. I can edit. Or let me put it another way, that takes a lot of computing power. I can render my videos on a 686 computer from the 90s. I can do that. The computing power is there. It's just going to take a fucking long time. Okay, virtualize. I will agree with that. Virtual machining cannot be done on tablets. Even macOS have issues with virtual machining on the standard M series. That's one. That's one you got me on. Virtual machining. One. But again, that is coming in the future. They're already working on getting more cores into the systems, etc., etc., etc. That being said, Parallels actually work quite well on the 8-core Macs. But you can't game while having a virtual machine running like you can on a 24-core system and stuff like that. But if you're having a web browser open, for example, and you're running a 4-core Linux machine and a virtual machine, that you can do on a M1 or M2 or M3. But you can't have a 4-core virtual machine running and then also play Last Epoch, for example. That you need like a Threadripper or something like that. So if you have that, all power to you. Well, you can also run, but I'm being generous here and saying 4-core. But yeah, there are Linux users right now running VMs while doing other shit on M-series chipsets. There are videos about it. It will run better on x86 if you have more cores. The more cores, the more you can do. That's logic. But then I will again ask you, what are you doing while you're running VMs? Are you gaming? Are you... If you're just doing web browsing, you can do that on a M-series chipset, no matter what platform it's in. But if you are gaming, Teams works on Teams works on tablets. We use Teams all the time at work also. It runs on iOS and Android. So yeah, you can definitely use Teams on a tablet. That's not a problem. Trust me, it's not a problem. Fuck. My friend got Teams on her watch, I think. You know. So, and you can definitely have Teams open and a VM open on an M-series chipset. This is actually a really good game, by the way. Why are the new one not that good? Did they fuck up? You're grasping at straws right now. What are these people on about? Game punishing you for exploring builds. Okay, I don't play the online portion, so... Okay, there must have been a new patch then. Huh. Yeah, I only play it offline. I don't want to deal with other people. So maybe most of the issues are with online play, I don't know. Oh, Ice Crown Citadel, I love that place. Yeah. Where's the Linux rage? That was like 4 hours ago. And there was no rage. There was just laughing at stupid Linux people. That's another thing I like about MMOs is that you can spend 5 minutes or 5 hours. It's all up to you. The same with like Minecraft. That's why I like Minecraft. It's like, if you have 5-10 minutes, go down, do some strip mining and go up again. Oh, god damn it, I don't know. Way too long. I actually need to go to bed soon. Why can't I see how long I've been up for? Stop doing that. 5 hours and 5 minutes. Yeah, Minecraft is a form of therapy, yeah. Why Linux users don't like Intel? Because the kernel drivers are not that well optimized like AMD is. That's the only reason. You're an educator. Oh god. I hope not. What country? Don't say America. Like, I lost all fucking confidence in any educational system in America. Well, also they don't like anything, yeah. Yeah, the forest, yeah. Portugal, that's a little bit better. That's a little bit better. Yeah, the whole educational system in the States is just fucked up, man. Yeah, I have played the Forest. I actually played it quite a lot. It's actually really, really good. Eve, I never really got into Eve. Oh, work. Man, World of Warcraft is 20 years old. I remember... I remember when World of Warcraft had its 10-year... anniversary, and everyone's like, oh my god, World of Warcraft is dying, it's only going to last a few years after this, and nobody wants to play it, and blah 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 blah. And it's still here, man. I wonder how long, like, well, RuneScape has been going on for fucking years also. Like, that's super old, right? That's like from the 90s, right? Or something like that. I can see a US school sucks. I can see it. Eve private. Is there a message I didn't see? A World of Warcraft subscription model is not really that bad, to be honest. Yeah, I can see that the US school sucks. Yeah. Like, they have not deleted it on my end. You can't in chat? Huh. Yeah, it is YouTube. I never got into trolls. And undeads, I never got into those either. At one point, I was working on leveling up every class I could, like every race, sorry. No, I don't watch anime. No. I've watched a few, but it's like... It's weird, man. I think I've watched some One Punch Man at one point and stuff like that, but Ghost in the Shell I watched a little bit. Can you see this message? I fucked my laptop at night. Yeah. Due to crossplay. Oh god. Oh, Plot Elves. I used to play them a lot when I was Horde. Before I stopped playing World of Warcraft, I became Ally again. Because I was tired about everyone wanting to be Horde. But like, a orc, a Death Knight orc, is fucking, like, that's a mean fucking, that's a mean killing machine, man. Oh yeah, Battlefield. Oh. Man, I used to love Battlefield. I played that all the time. But they fucked that game up so badly. So bad. After Battlefield 4, it just went downhill, man. I fucking love that game. That was my shooter. I have some gameplays on my channel of it. Oh god. Like, I try Battlefield again, but it's not the same, man. Oh yeah, COD 4 was fun too. Yeah. Yeah, like Battlefield 3 and 4, I have so many videos on my channel, on my gaming channel about that. Why does OBS sucks on Linux? Because nobody from the Linux community wants to help out. So therefore, OBS is being developed more for Windows. Oh, Bad Company. Oh god, yes. Oh. Those campaigns were so good. Oh yeah. Yeah. EA messes up everything they touch, man. There are still people playing Battlefield 3 and 4. It's still super active. Oh, Ubisoft is fucked up, man. Like, Ubisoft just needs to go away. Those asshats should not have a company anymore. And Ubisoft used to be such a good gaming company. Back in, like, the Splinter Cell days and stuff like that. And the Tom Clancy's. When those were, like, their main sellers. Like, not Rainbow Six, but the other, what are they called? I got something in my eye. Like, what the fuck were they called? Like, Tom Clancy's Advanced Warrior, something like that. Assassin's Creed, yeah. Mafia was good also. Yeah. Ghost Recon. Oh god, yeah, Ghost Recon. Yeah. No, yeah, I saw that Crops has some issues, yeah. Yeah, Mafia was not Ubisoft. Ghost Recon, yeah, oh god, I used to play that a lot. It was Take-Two, yeah. But that's the fun thing about vulnerabilities in Linux. Nobody really wants to talk about it because you do know the golden rule for Linux, okay? The thing you cannot do is criticize or talk negatively about Linux in any way, shape, or form. And if you have to talk negative about Linux, you have to make it look like it's not that big of a deal, and Microsoft and Apple is way worse. They had way bigger problems. Compared to them, this is nothing. This was already fixed last year. They're just behind with the news, you know. Excuses. That's the only time you can criticize Linux, especially security flaws with Linux. if you highlight that it's already been fixed and Windows had way bigger issues in the past and in the present. Not talking about that most security problems with Linux or Windows is also fixed the day that they're being announced, or really, really soon thereafter. But we have to remember that only Linux developers are so fast. Only open source developers are so fast. Not multi-billion-dollar companies. They can't do things fast. You know. They you know. We have to not talk much about that. There's a channel called Low Level Learning, where he talks about exploits and stuff like that. He made a video about it. He's like a ethical hacker, security expert. Yeah, I never got into GTA. I played the old 2D GTAs, but the new ones I never got into. Yeah, I like the interview he did with Ray Owl. That was good. Yeah, I just played the remastered version of Mafia on Xbox. It was actually really good. Really good game. Oh, you have to play Mafia. Yeah, the driving, the driving is a little bit weird, yeah. But such a good story, though. I need to finish it. I haven't finished it yet. So I never played the original one. Oh god. Katie, Fedora is probably the most stable of them. And then Tumbleweed and Manjaro. If you want compatibility, you go with Fedora or Tumbleweed. If you don't like Yast, you go with Fedora. You do know that Crops is a Apple sponsored project, right? Fedora is great. I love Fedora. Tumbleweed can be a little bit of a heavy boat to play around with. But Yast is super powerful. I need to install Tumbleweed again. Should I replace that, like, Tumbleweed with Mint on my laptop? I probably should. What word, Max? I use Arch. So Arch Linux is one of the most overrated distributions ever. Anyway, I need to go because I need to get up tomorrow. I have a meeting and all kind of crazy shit at work I need to prepare for. And then... yeah, overrated. Arch Linux is the most... Arch Linux and Gorada Linux is the two most overrated distributions ever. Anyway, thanks for stopping by. See you all later. Have a good rest of the week. Or weekend, sorry, and good start on the week. EndeavourOS is great though. But yeah, see you all later.